we are. Deep under the gauntlet once again. Episode 36. As the companions pick up from where they left off. Trying to solve the mysteries of the gauntlet. Encountering all kinds of dark, menacing creatures. So how you doing, folks? We are getting started. And got almost a full house tonight. The only one missing tonight will be Patrick. He's busy on some drill, possibly next week as well. Next week, of course, we're going to be playing some Kyle's campaign, the Wild Beyond. Almost forgot. Great first session last week. Looking forward to it. First time being a player in forever. But today, I'm back at it. In comfortable waters. That of the GM. As we continue this adventure. Campaign, actually. So, to get things started, let's have somebody do a recap for a hero point. Who would like to do that? Oh, wait a minute. We got to do our... Yeah. Let's do our introductions, shall we? Yes. I'll have to cut that out. First up, let's do the introductions. Althea, you're top of my list here. Say hello.
Hello. No surprise, I'll be playing Althea today. She is a gnome cleric of Desna, and she has continuously had second thoughts about being down under the gauntlet, but here she is and trying to help support and protect her allies as things get more and more grim by the second.
By the second, for sure. And thanks, Rachel. Let's go to Kyle. Introduce yourself, Kyle.
Hello there, my friends. How y'all doing this evening? I'm Kyle. I'll be playing Marshall, Dane's daddy. I'm gonna die. I know I'm gonna die. But we're gonna give it a fair try. I gotta buy some time to let these guys escape. And that's what we're gonna do. So buckle up, strap in. It's gonna be a wild ride. I know what Fritz is planning. He's got that evil game face on. I don't like it.
You're welcome.
And I'm tagged up with Sheppy and Althea tonight. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Gonna be a lot of fun. We'll see if they can drag me out of here or if this is gonna be my earthen tomb.
Awesome. Thanks, Kyle. Jesse, introduce yourself.
Hey guys, I'm Jesse and I play Sheppy. And Sheppy is going to try his hardest tonight not to let anyone die because he's going to kill Volloks single-handedly.
Yeah, that's going to happen.
Let's hope all things go well. All right.
Is there something in the water that you're drinking? Because I want some of that, Jesse.
Well, if I could send it to you, I would.
Fantastic. All right, now let's get into our recap from last session. Kyle, would you like to do that? Rachel? Whoever wants to do it gets a hero point. Go for it.
If she wants to do the technical bits, I can add the charismatic flair.
Okay.
I don't know, it might be all you.
Or not.
I've got no notes because I was so caught up in not dying and running away.
Okay. Here we go then. We had...
Plus, it's been 2 weeks. A lot's happened.
And it'll be 3 weeks before we play again. Oh, wait a minute. Did I let the cat out the bag? Oh my. But yeah, we sort of trekked down into this next lair by the safe house where we had our supply stash. And there we discovered a room full of corpses sprawled out around a great big dinner table. Lights begin to emanate from a few of the fallen. Corpse lights We seen that much. Battle was had. No quarter was given. We went a hacking, we went a smacking, we were slinging spells left, right, and center. Althea was over here like a mad, crazy woman that she is. After we had secured the room, we decided to press on. Althea and Sheppy decided they were going to investigate one section of the corridors. Oh, wait a minute, I'm getting ahead of myself. Sheppy decided he was going to go take a look at the door by himself. And found out that it was a trash room of sorts. And a banshee made its appearance, attacked Sheppy with garbage. It was a throwaway fight, we shall say. And then we decided to press on. Myself and Farley, we went down to the southern door. Althea, Sheppy, they went to the left. They made entry into a room. Found no enemies. Me and Farley, however, made entry into another room and found the enemy. Sitting there looking at us, quite patiently. Volloks Aresne, the lover of Belcora, sitting there looking at us. We put out the call to alarm. They came running as fast as they could, but me and Farley could do very little. I was knocked down 3 times. Farley was badly wounded. We quickly, and I mean faster than a hiccup, got out of there. We ran back up to our, what we thought was a safe haven. No enemy could possibly ever reach us here. The door creaked open. We stood there, ready to give battle. And Augie stepped through. Everybody sort of loosened up for a minute before we saw these sandy-like tentacles wrap around Augie's neck and pop it like a pimple. And there stands Volloks. He has chased us. Things are desperate. Althea's out of heals and I'm out of life. Farley's about ready to head for the door. Sheppy's got that barbarian rage about to get going. And this is our desperate plight. I now hand it back over to Fritz. We'll be back with your next commercial break.
Fantastic. Somebody take a hero point.
Rachel, you may have the hero point. I'm not gonna need it.
Are you sure you don't want to give it to Sheppy? Maybe?
I gave Sheppy one last time.
Yeah, it's yours, Althea.
And then I gave Farley one before that. So I'm spreading the love out.
Oh, well,
And I don't need a hero point for where I'm going.
Well, thank you. I shall take it and use it wisely.
She's gonna spend it on the first bad roll. How much you want to bet me, Sheppy?
Well, if it's a bad roll, then
We know
it's
it.
used wisely.
So, Farley, let me take a look at him real quick. He's going to be in the shadows tonight. Let's see. Kyle, have you played Farley before?
I have not. But I can if you need me to.
Yeah, just in case Marshall doesn't quite survive, he won't
He's
be
not
left
gonna
hanging.
survive, Althea. Just get over it.
You'll
Give
still
up.
be able to play Farley.
Give up now. Marshall's done.
All right.
Quick, Farley, open the door. Let Marshall go first.
I'll be playing Farley for a little bit anyway. All right. So here we are. It's for us 26. companions have found themselves in their little safe haven on the upper floor from where they were previously, making their escape. And here they are in this little alcove, 15 feet square, door to the north, to the south, to the east. There's a spell currently in effect. I believe it's still in effect. An alarm spell. I'm not sure that automatically shuts down after somebody penetrates. I don't think so. I think it stays up for 24 hours. Regardless, it's there. The companions made their escape, nearing death, wounded, out of magical resources, thinking themselves safe in their little haven here, where they have a stash of food and torches. All of a sudden appeared Augie, who had been following them, curious as ever he seems to be. He was once before peeking around in here. But just that quick and just as suddenly, the door from where the party had to come from below crashed open off its hinges onto the floor. The couch and chair that had been pushed up against the door were pushed forward out of the way, and there stood Volok, what the companions understand as Volok. This humanoid, tall creature with clothing, vest, trousers, but its flesh, its face, its arms are constantly in motion, squirming like it's alive, like he's overtaken by some parasitic infestation on his very body. Very unsettling. Dripping. Volok immediately wrapped one of its tentacle-like arms tightly around Augie from behind and began to squeeze. And within seconds, the gargled voice of Augie went silent, and the body fell, his head sagging unnaturally on the floor, behind the couch. And there, standing at the door, was Volok, menacing. Party in shock, not sure how to react in this magically glowing room, said to be Belcora's reading room. They stand, and we're about to roll initiative. What are you doing right now? We'll start with you, Sheppy. What is your immediate response to the scene I just described? We're not in combat, but what is your response?
Okay, so Sheppy's immediate response is to quickly grab a potion from the inside of his robe.
Okay, and as you do that, Marshall, what are you doing? What's your immediate response?
He has a hatchet and shield drawn and ready.
As you stand there, bleeding out.
Yeah, stand there, blood dripping down, sort of dripping off the shield from the lashes in his arm. Sort of stands there ready, undauntedly looking. Stoic facial expression.
Althea?
Althea can definitely see the blood dripping off his shield. He's pretty well mangled at this point.
Althea, you know what my question is. What is Althea's response? Her immediate response to this? What is she doing?
Just having a mini panic attack. Like, we thought we outran this.
Farley stands there, breathing heavy. And looks a bit in shock and not knowing what to do as this creature just killed, seemingly your friend, an ally, who now collapses to the floor. As your arm goes into your cloak, Sheppy, and your shield raises slightly, your grip tightens around the axe, Marshall. And Althea, as you try to avert your eyes from this sight in front of you, everybody needs to make a public will save.
I will hero point that, Fred.
Better.
And I also posted my bravery in there as well.
Okay. Let me take a quick gander at that. Okay. Oh, okay. That does make a difference, Marshall. You're used to this sort of thing. It doesn't faze you. As your hand goes into your cloak, Sheppy, suddenly you can't move. Your arms tighten, the tendons stiffen. You can't shift your feet. Althea, sadly, your eyes are fixed on the creature. You cannot move your eyes away from your head, cannot move away from its presence. Your eyes can move, but your arms, it's like you're frozen in place. You begin to shiver. Marshall, your stance is prepared. You pull back. Your shield raises. Your sword is at the ready. Your axe, excuse me. You look to your left and you see the elf raising his hands to his face and covering them. You look back towards the creature. His hands are partially outstretched towards you, but he's motionless. He's not moving. Just then you hear shifting. Behind the chair, it begins to move. And there suddenly, appearing, comes into sight this, it looks like a cap, green, brown, pointed almost, and there peering over, with hands on each side of the back of this couch, you see a pair of eyes appear, and a long nose. What has happened? What have you all done? You, Farley, why have you run from the creature? There you see a creature you've never seen before, Marshall. Some type of small creature, a fae perhaps, similar in height to maybe Althea. This will not do. No, this will not do. Farley, you must come with me quickly.
That's your purpose, creature. You'll be next on my chopping block.
Who are you? Oh, wait, I know you, don't
I'm
I?
Marshal Bayon McTheer.
I know your blood. I know your blood. I have seen someone who looks like you.
It was my son.
He shifts close to Farley, tugs at his arm and pulls him down towards him and begins whispering. You can make a perception roll to try and hear this, but you cannot see his lips. If you'd like to make a blind perception roll, anybody, this includes Althea and Sheppy, you can see this. A blind perception roll, please, to see if you can hear what's being said.
Whispers. Words in some strange tongue you do not recognize. Even you, Althea.
Huh. Farley kind of shakes himself out of this, pulls himself upright. These are my friends. I don't think you've met them, but they are with us on this quest of ours. They must come with us. The gnome replies,
We cannot waste time here. So be it.
His hand raises and a finger clicks. And just then, Sheppy, your arm continues on into your robe, but you suddenly catch yourself, confused at what's happening at the moment. You are somehow froze. Althea as well, you kind of shake yourself free of the stone-like posture you had. You can move. And suddenly, Farley turns. Come, we must go. And the gnome leads the way out of the room.
What of my weapons? What of Volok? We have to...
There's no time! Come! And Farley disappears through the door. And with that, I'm going to put everyone on invisible mode. And you will see appear a little torch just outside the room. Make sure you're clicked on that and you can see that. That's currently where you are. Okay? I'm assuming you are all following after Farley. Would that be correct?
I'll be the last one through. Just in case Volok tries anything.
Okay. We'll go through marching order in a bit, but I'm putting you at the rear. With Althea in front of you, Sheppy in front of Althea, and so on. You make your way through familiar territory. Let me put the torch on, because I don't think you could see. Blink. Okay, and it continues east, pushing through the door into a familiar room, a library. This chamber you've been through here before, and you arrive at a central position within this chamber, just beyond some debris and fallen books. There, Ronaldo has stopped. The door behind you has been shut. You don't hear anything pursuing.
We will be safe here. We must wait. We must wait. Now, Farley, you come with me at once.
And he pulls the elf to the side, to the southerly part of the room, between those two doors and in front of a bookcase. Now, what are the rest of you doing? What's going through your minds right now? At this stage.
Alright. What is up with this gnome creature? Is this the one that Farley has been talking to?
Stay in character, please.
I can't right now.
Okay. It's a hard voice to do anyway. I got you.
Marshall's gonna look in between Sheppy and Althea. What the blaze has just happened?
I think we were saved. That's what. Gotta follow the gnome.
Saved. Didn't offer any help in a fight, that's for sure.
Oh, we can't hear you.
The conversation continues about 10, 12 feet away from you in the south. Now, I believe that none of you, Althea, Marshall, I know, and Sheppy, have you ever encountered, I don't think you've ever encountered this gnome before. This is new to you, correct?
I've heard Farley. Well, I don't know if I've actually heard it, but I've heard Farley talking to himself about Ronaldo,
Yes.
but I've
correct.
never actually met him.
Yeah. I know Valafor has. Okay. So you don't know what this is or what's going on. Something just crazy just happened, and Farley has some connection to this, and has separated himself from you in the conversations he's having with this creature. Althea, you do recognize this as some type of gnome, very fey indeed, but odd. And let's show that picture once again. In ideal circumstances, this is perhaps what he might look like. But in this case, he looks very crude. There's tears in his clothing and his hat, and his beard has sticks in it. He looks a little bit uncouth. So in a way, this is an
Homely looking fellow.
an ideal image of what you see. Okay? Holes in his socks. It's terrible. But this is all you can tell, but there's something just seems unsettling about him. He has a certain aura, a certain charisma about himself that makes him stand out from anything you've seen before, particularly in any gnome you have seen before. Something. A minute goes by, and Farley once again returns to the group alongside the gnome. And Farley speaks. Of course, you know who this is, or am I mistaken? This is Ronaldo, or so he calls himself. He's of great help for us in our quest. You'll trust me on this. He's offering some aid, and he looks down at the gnome, who's kind of looking off to the left and at the ceiling, like he's a little bit indifferent to the conversation of Farley. Farley turns back towards you and looks at each of you in the eye, Sheppy, Althea, Marshall. And we do need help. We faced certain death. Need you all to make a perception blind. And you'll have to use your character sheet to do that. And there's your tokens. Let's see what happens when I turn that off. Oh, it's completely dark. What happened to your light? Thought you had a light on you.
Yeah, I had my torch toggled, so I've been running around.
Let me see.
And Marshall should have light. Yeah.
Alright. Let's turn off our torches and see what happens. Is that glowing for you, Marshall? Let me turn off the torch on Althea quick. Or is it dark?
have light.
Whoops, I just put it on you. That doesn't seem to be showing any light. Am I mistaken?
No, I see light. Like, it
It doesn't look
extends
like
to the
torchlight.
room.
It's like a dim light.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think they give torchlight that, like, orangey hue, almost yellow.
Warm glow.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
I wasn't sure there was any change to the light. Didn't seem like it registered, but it did. Okay. The gnome turns to you.
But then perhaps I need to introduce myself, and that I will do.
And he raises up towards his hat, pulls off his hat, and boy, is his hair matted and nasty looking. He takes a bow as his hat comes under his stomach, and he lifts it back.
I am Ronaldo, the great and wonderful one. And who might you be?
And his eyes fall to you, Althea.
I want to say they've met. But regardless, she responds quickly. My name's Althea. It's nice to make your acquaintance. Thank you. Thank you for your help.
You are quite welcome. And how is your home to the north in the hills? Your family, they doing well, I presume?
From what I can gather from the letters they've sent, yes.
Now, this strikes you, as this is not information that you share, particularly with strangers. So you're immediately stricken by the fact that he knows you in some way.
She just assumes it's a gnome thing. Have you heard of me before? Have you visited?
Oh, no. I've never visited to the north. But I know the north, and I know you.
And he suddenly squints his eyes, looking almost sinisterly at you. For a split second. And then his eyes pull away. He smiles once again and looks towards you, Sheppy.
And you? Who would you be?
Well, it seems you may know who I am already. I am Sheppy.
Perhaps I do, Sheppy.
Where do you come from?
Places far and wide. I come from Atari, as you do, Sheppy.
And he looks to you, Marshall.
And you, I know. I have seen you before.
He's looking at you, Marshall. Any response?
Maybe you're muted?
Marshall stands in silence and awe as the gnome peers at him, knowingly.
I know your family, Marshall. I know of your son, perhaps? Regardless.
And just when he says that, did you make your perception checks? Let me look and see. If not, I'm going to call for some perception checks. Yeah, that was for the conversation, I believe. Correct? No, that was the second one. All right, you made your rolls. Just as he says that last word, Marshall and Althea, with your backs to the doors that led to the chamber of the Ghoul Queen,
You hear the rub of stone on stone behind you, but it's only brief. It goes like that. And you take pause and turn and look around, and you see that one of the doors is ajar.
Can you hear me now?
Can hear you.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, because I was speaking and yeah.
And there you see suddenly appear from behind the door this creature. And I hope that doesn't reveal his name.
It did.
Did it? All right, nobody look at the token just yet.
Out of the frying pan into the fire. Some help he is.
Let's go to this real quick. Okay. Let me go over here to resources and change this, because I gotta do this too. That's my fault. Update. Should be okay now.
Oh, good.
Kinda. Almost. It's such a hassle. Can you see the name?
It just says uninjured.
Okay. Give me a moment as I fix this. This is something I forgot to do during my preparation time earlier today. Imagine that.
What prep time?
Yeah. Did everything but. But that's okay. Marshall, as you see these eyes appear from behind the crack of the door, appearing slowly, you also hear scuttling above on the ceiling. Your attention is drawn to the darkness, shadowy areas, the far walls in the ceiling, but you hear something.
Appears we have company.
And just then you hear this strange chittering noise coming from beyond the door behind you. 10 feet away, where these eyes appear. I need everybody to roll initiative. Okay? Let me put everybody in the initiative. In one fell swoop.
Oh, you know, it still has our previous encounter at the beginning of the session. So we're all in there like twice.
Oh, yeah. Alright, don't roll dice then. I'll delete the ones with initiative. That would be the smart thing to do. Yeah, I got a whole army of companions in here. Maybe I should just
We'll
end.
need the army.
Let me
Yeah,
begin.
that sounds good to me.
Let me begin and end, and I'll do this over. That should.
All right,
remove
Volloks, let's
everybody.
tag up. Let's do it.
All right. Now, let's do this again. Put everybody in the encounter. Did it work? Oh, wait a minute. I gotta do this a different way. This is not working. It's putting things in there that should not be in there, so let me do this different. I should have had this set up too. Boy, what's happening? Alright, give me a minute here.
No problem. Take your time.
map. So anyway, what's happening here is that while he was introducing you, this strange creature made an appearance behind you. All you see is eyes and this grotesque-looking head peering from behind the door. And Marshall, you also hear scuttling noises on the ceiling to the east and west. We're not sure what that's about. And at this point, we're going to roll initiative to see who reacts first and how you do so to this situation. So what's going on in your mind? What are you thinking, Marshall?
It's about to get real. Axes are going to be throwing.
Well, Mr. Ronaldo just told us that we were safe, and then all of a sudden we get attacked.
Yeah, some safety that is.
Yeah, right?
Under the frying pan into the fire.
It could be a friendly.
Well, part of that. And Marshall's just going to gesture with the axe to the creature. Looks friendly to you.
And it just goes straight to initiative, too.
Well, that could mean many things, but all right.
Yeah, it means that we're going to see who's going to die first.
In this case, we're going to see who reacts first. Doesn't have to be combat. Could be diplomacy. Could be anything.
Well, I do picture Sheppy having his potion in his hand now, since he was reaching for it before.
It's okay.
So he has his potion ready.
That's fine.
And he's going to hand it to Marshall. Drink this. Now, quickly.
I ain't got time to drink that.
Just do it. It's a healing potion.
I still ain't got time.
Drink it. He's trying to put it in your mouth.
I think you're about a foot and a half
Forcing it.
short for that job, Goblin.
He's climbing you. Drink it.
Yes, I will drink it if I must.
Sitting on his shoulder. Pulling at his jaw.
That's what, 2d8 back?
Let me open my sheet.
Now, this is assuming you have initiative.
All right, if you want to wait, that's fine. Fortunately, this is only D8, but at least it's something.
The reason why you rolled initiative was to see if you can do this first.
Gotcha.
That's the point of the initiative. So hold on to it. But if it's a, what is it, a 1d8 potion?
Yeah, it's nothing big.
No.
Only a minor.
Okay, there we go. Okay, give me a moment as I reset up here. Hopefully everything is good. Okay. Still a little touch and go, but we'll see. All right, now let's put these folks and everybody in the combat tracker, if it lets me. Okay, Marshall, you're in there. Sheppy, are you in the tracker? I don't
No.
think so. You will be in a second. There you go. Everybody should be in there. All right. Okay, you can roll your initiative using perception. Got Farley in there twice. Althea, did you roll? And I've got an extra Farley for some reason. Let's get rid of him. There, I think we're good. Althea, can you roll your initiative? She there?
Yeah, just give me a second.
All right. No problem. Okay,
All right.
I think we're all set. Just need Althea's initiative. We're good. Check some things, try and figure out why this is. That seems a little better. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. All right, let's begin this little encounter and see what happens. And first up is going to be Sheppy with a nice solid 26. So you can pull off.
Wow, that's unusual.
Yeah, you got to do what you said you were doing. Let's go ahead, you get 3 actions.
All right, so heal D8, Marshall.
So what did you do? You spent all your 3 actions? You're done?
No, I had it in my hand, so I spent an action handing it to him.
Okay.
So when it's his turn, he'll be able to drink it.
Right.
So that's one action.
Right. That's one action. Handing it to him. And I assume you
right,
take it, Marshall,
so-
correct?
This creature, does it look threatening?
Well, you'll have to judge that for yourself. What do you think?
Of course it does.
That's what you see.
Can you show me a bigger picture of it?
I sure can.
Okay, yeah.
Holy crap.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to cast something on it. Let's see. Let's hit him with a heightened burning hands.
Gouts of flame rush from your hands. You deal 2d6 fire damage to the creature in the area. The area is a 15-foot cone.
Oh, wait a minute. Can't do that. I forgot it's a cone. I will cast.
I'll let you off the hook this time, but I won't again.
Okay. Yeah, I never tried this spell before. Let's try this one. Worm's Repast.
What's this one? Big wall of text.
It's got to
Nine,
make a DC 20 Fortitude save.
9 worms materialize within the flesh of the target creature, which you can see behind the door. 46 piercing damage and persistent D6 piercing damage. If the target is non-skeletal, you deal extra. If it's undead, ooh. Persistent damage. 36, the target must attempt a fortitude save. Alright, so it automatically will hit him. He just has to make a save. Yeah, you can do this. And what does that look like?
Little fireworms appear on its skin, try to burrow into its flesh, burn it alive.
Okay, let's see if he can make it. Okay, roll your damage.
Was it what type of failure was it?
I know what it is. Go ahead and roll your damage. Okay. Normal damage.
11 piercing.
Right. Let me double check it again. All right. So that's exactly what happens to this creature, and it begins to pull back away from the door, but it's still within sight. As you see these little worms appear all around it, it seems to get out of nervous and begin rubbing its arms. And then suddenly, the worms begin to fade and disappear. That took up 2 actions, I believe, correct? Yes. So you are
Yep,
done.
I'm done.
No, let me apply the damage. What'd you get for damage?
11.
Okay, let me do that real quick. And next up is one of the something. Okay. All right. Ooh, that's bright. That was. All right, where are we?
Did Sheppy give me the potion?
I did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
when it's your turn, you'll be able to swig it down. when it's your turn. I clicked on this guy? Yeah, I must be. Okay. From the darkness above Althea, you hear the sound of scuttling movement. And suddenly you hear a spitting noise from above your head. And suddenly make a fortitude save. This could be public.
I got a 26 in total.
Oh. Okay, that's going to be a crit save.
I'm a tough gnome. Don't
Yeah,
forget.
Yeah, that was pretty good. All right, let me read this. It's not telling me what I need to know in the chat thing here. Okay, I did that. And I got that. First of all, what's your armor class?
17.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Sorry for the slow up tonight. I'm having issues. Well, it's not going to roll damage for me now. Okay, let's do it this way. Let me see if anything is rolling. What's going on here? I can't roll any dice. That rolled. Alright, maybe I'm doing something wrong. All right, you manage to dodge out of the way. You see this webbing come from the ceiling, and it just goes splat and scatters at your feet near you. But something up in the western portion of the ceiling just shot this web directly at you, enough to just encase you if it struck you. But you managed to dodge out of the way. You're okay. And it came from the northwestern part of the ceiling above. Let's see if you can spot it. And what's your perception DC?
20.
No, you don't see. You do see a little bit of motion in the shadows. It could be the flicker of the lights. but you're not sure. But something up in the northwest corner, maybe 15, 20 feet away from you in the ceiling, spit this at you. Marshall, you're standing there at your feet in front of both you and Althea. You see what something spit in your direction. It looks like this gooey, stringy webbing that just is now scattered in front of Althea.
Looks sticky.
You're up.
Watch your footing, gnome. Oh my. Well, I'm gonna try to enter my Dread Marshal stance and intimidate that guy.
Don't forget your potion.
Oh, I won't.
Just check it.
I got you. So I gotta roll an intimidation to intimidate this little guy.
Putting on a grim face for the battle ahead, you encourage your allies to strike fear into their foes with vicious attacks. Forward, my friends!
When you use this action, attempt an intimidation check. Go ahead and make this blind. Okay. Let's see what happens here. Yours doesn't increase. What am I reading here? Dread Marshal's stance. Okay. Used an action to use the intimidation type of thing. Blah, blah, blah. Critical success. Your Marshal's aura increases 20-foot emanation. Is this what happens when you make your intimidation check?
If I critically succeeded, yeah.
Okay. Alright, I see. Alright, the emanation doesn't increase. But it grants you and your allies a status bonus to damage equal to the number of weapon damage dice of the unarmed attack or weapon you are wielding. So you get an extra damage dice. If it's a 1d6, you get 2d6. If it's a 3d6, you get a 4d6. When you or an ally in the aura critically hits an enemy with a strike, that enemy is also frightened. 1. So that's the effect of this. So that's everybody. Yeah, it's all the companions. They have that ability. So put a note somewhere, +1 die. I guess I could drag this. I don't know. No, that's the aura. Marshal's aura. What happens if I drag that to a token? I can't. Yes, I can. Let me drag it to Althea and see what happens. What did it do?
It just gave me the effect. Dread Marshal stance.
So I guess that really didn't do anything. You just basically get an extra damage die. Make a note. That'll work. Let me get rid of that. As long as you're in the aura, which we can see on the map. Okay, go ahead.
Second action, I'm gonna chug that D8 healing potion.
Okay. Roll D8. Gloop, 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 gloop. 6 points.
And from my last action, I'm gonna throw my hatchet at this thing.
Okay, he'll have cover. Substantial.
At the one in front of me?
Mm-hmm. He's behind a door. The only thing you can see is his head.
Let's give it a go. Good thing I've got another hatchet. That's a nat one. That ain't gonna happen.
You should have taken the hero point.
No, because then if I die, which I'm gonna die, you'd need the hero point to escape.
But if you lived longer, we wouldn't need to escape.
All right, the hatchet clangs against the stone doors and falls to the ground in front of you. You are done, correct?
Yes.
Okay, Farley Tell. Farley Tell begins to shift. His eyes focus straight ahead. There's something in the ceiling. He's going to use a seek action, which is going to be a perception check with bonuses. I've got it set to blind. Let me see if I can make that public. No, I still don't know how to do it. Oh, there it is. I got it. I got it. I got it. Hold on. I got it. There. Can you guys see that roll? I don't think so.
No, it's blind.
It was up private for me.
Yeah.
You right-click on the roll or whatever it is, and you should see an option to reveal to everyone. I thought I did that, and it didn't. Anyway. I see it in the ceiling. It's moving. Some type of spider. It has moved. It's behind us. And he follows its movement so that it's towards this area here. Somewhere along the wall, he spotted something moving. And what else can I do with this elf? Okay, he's done. Make a... You're going to make a... Marshall, you're going to make a... Well, first of all, let me do this. This attack roll. That missed. You see this goop of string and strands land maybe 4 feet in front of you and hit against the floor and spatter.
Don't see that every day.
And there up in the right corner, just near your light, you can see there appears to be some kind of spider. It's not big. It's actually quite small. Well, it's not a house spider. It looks like it's about a foot around. That's pretty big, actually. And I'll show you what it looks like. It's peering at you. You can see it flickering in your light, your magical light. And it scuttles off towards the southern part of the room. You can see it along the ceiling. I'll show you where that is. It's right there. Okay. Althea, you're next. Oh, and by the way, I'm using on deck. You can see that when you're next up, there'll be a little symbol ring up around your token. Althea's got one. It's a different color. It's not orange. It's like a faded yellow.
Yeah, like a pale yellow.
Yeah, that means you're next after this, as if you didn't know, but it's cool.
Yeah.
All right. Suddenly the door pushes open, and you can now see this creature, Althea and Marshall, directly in front of you, just 5 feet away. And it's that nasty-looking, human-sized creature that I showed earlier. It's nasty. It's got these long claws on its hands and these multitude of eyes on its face. It looks like it's wrapped in some kind of old strands of web around its neck and shoulders, and it stands in front of you as it pushes the door open all the way, which is an action. And let's see what it does next. It's going to rush out from behind the door. You hear it making these strange glittering sounds straight at you. I'm going to roll a dice for this because Marshall is pretty bad off. Give me a number between 1 and 6. Marshall.
4. I'd like to re-say my number again.
It steps
Too late.
forward. It steps forward, gazing at you, Althea. And as it comes at you with these large claws, this strange sticky substance is pulled from its body. You can see it, and it's like it's striking at you with one claw while trying to encase you with the other, with this strand. What is your armor class?
It's 17. Does it react to the torch that I'm holding at all?
It doesn't care. Doesn't react to it, no. Not unusually so. It just comes into the light and becomes brighter. That's about it. You do have the fire in your hand, but you're beginning to be wrapped. Your lower part of the body, you're beginning to be wrapped with this. First of all, let's roll some damage because you're also being attacked with some nasty claws. Why is this not rolling damage for me? Give me a second. Am I reading this wrong? I have a feeling that it doesn't do damage. It just does this webbing thing. Yeah, I think that's what it is. That's why I was having problems. All right, make me an acrobatics check. As he tries to spin, cocoon you as you stand there. Poor little gnome being wrapped up in spider webs.
There's not a whole lot to wrap up here.
13. Oops. Okay. So you All right, so you are immobilized. So give yourself the immobilized condition. I don't have anything to drag. As you are wrapped up with this webbing. I think immobilized means you just can't move. You can't use any action that has the move trait. So you can still attack. If you're immobilized by something holding you in place and an external force would move you, that force must succeed at a check against either DC, so on and so forth. Somebody tries to push you out of the way or something. So yeah, you just basically can't move, essentially. And, let's see. Dun, it is done. Althea, you're next. You can attempt to escape. Or he could attack. He's right next to you.
I think she'll attempt to escape first. So what kind of check am I rolling?
Attempt to check using your unarmed attack modifier against the DC of the effect, which I know. It's typically a athletics DC of the creature grabbing you, for instance. This is a different DC, though. Or thievery if you're tied up, that kind of thing. So...
I will hero point that. Reroll and keep the new result. You're kidding me!
Wow.
No, I'm not kidding you, lassie.
Alright. It is what it is.
Why not?
I
agree.
know!
I agree.
Just not my night. All my other rolls were pretty decent. I guess it was gonna catch up to me one way or another.
And tonight's the night. You are immobilized. You remain so. That was one action.
Yeah. Alright. I guess kind of in panic mode. When she realizes she can't escape easily, she casts a spell. And she'll cast Divine Lance. See if that does anything.
That's two actions. You
Yep.
unleash a beam of divine energy. What alignment?
It has to be good. So if it's evil, it takes the damage.
Let's have a look-see. Roll your damage, please.
Well, I have to attack first.
Oh, I thought you made it. Go ahead.
No. Alright, 28.
28. Oh, boy.
And it's 10 damage.
All right.
And, okay, never mind. Foundry already did it.
What kind of damage is it?
I think it's just called good damage. It says untyped, even though I clicked damage from the thing, but it's supposed to have good tacked onto it.
Okay.
It grabs it towards its head as it kind of staggers backwards as your divine lance of goodness pierces into this creature's evil tendencies. It stutters and it steps back. It feels the pain, Althea.
You are done. We're going to go back to top of the round. That's round 2. Sheppy, you are up.
Alright. Sheppy, seeing Althea get wrapped up in webs, decides it's time to cast Flaming Spear. DC 20 reflex save for the creature.
The one in front of Althea, right?
Correct.
Reflex save, DC 20. Is that flaming ball again?
You know it.
All right, so it appears there, and he tries to dodge out of the way, and he fails. He fails. You're gonna roll some damage. Normal damage.
Ooh, nice.
18?
Yeah,
Wow.
Oh, wow. Nice.
yeah.
Does anybody want a roast creature? Shish kebab? Anybody? Anybody?
This creature, he tries to avoid it, but he can't. And maybe it's because he was staggered back from the mental power he took, the damage he took. But he steps right into the flame, and for a second he goes up to over his head. He ignites, and the flames quickly disappear down to a small shape once again. But he writhes in pain as the flesh begins to cook, and you see the webbing that was around his neck begin to be singed and disappear. Well done.
Thank you. And for my last action, I will recall knowledge on it and see what kind of creature this is. Do I know anything about it? Have I read about it?
Okay. You're going to be... Occultism would be most appropriate for this dark, strange, mysterious creature.
Public?
No, blind.
It's a Mimnivix. That's what it is. It comes to your memory now. You've heard of these creatures, strange, somewhat intelligent creatures that seem to gather spider-like creatures around them, build nests and conclaves of these dark things. Wherever there are webs and spiders, surely you will find the Minminvex. Mimnivex. Vix. Man, I can't pronounce that. Copy and paste that to the chat. That's about all
Magnifics.
That's about all you catch about this, Sheppy. You've heard of these things before. They can be found just about anywhere, especially dark, dank places where you would typically find spiders.
Okay. Ship's done.
Mimnivix. Mimnivix. Okay, you're done?
Yep.
All right. That's about all you can garner from that. All right. Next is Peachy Keen, which appears... Oh, by the way, before that happens... As this was happening and the spitting of these webs was occurring and this creature appeared, you all hear a loud, piercing scream from behind you. Ronaldo lets out a horrendous scream. I cannot stay. And he begins to run out of sight to the west. You hear the door slam tightly behind him.
Lot of help you are.
I was just gonna say that.
I cannot stay.
Fetch my longsword then, I'm running out of weapons.
And he runs out
Just
the
throw
door.
the longsword next.
He runs out the door. That sounds like
I could throw the longsword, Sheppy, I could.
Maybe you can catch him.
All right, now let's get back to this other creature here. Well, I will reveal its presence because it's moving into the light. You see this clearly. Over there in that western portion of the room. It's moving along the ceiling. Let's put him right here. This is frustrating. Right here. Nope, that was too far. Let me put him back one. There. He stops there with an action. And give me a number between 1 and 6, Sheppy.
6.
Okay. And it spits out this web as it comes to a stop in the direction of Farley. I'm going to have to take an intermission earlier than usual because I'm having technical issues here. And that will hit him. And so this doesn't do damage per se. I don't believe. But what's going to happen is he's going to have to make a fortitude save against this webbing. So let me do that for Farley. could be wrong about this. The buttons are just all screwed up here on this creature. Alright, what did he get? Okay, he failed. But it's not critical. So he is going to be immobilized. In addition, you see Farley kind of wince in pain and let out a muffled sound of agony. And he looks around confused. He is stupefied.
Oh joy, Farley stupefied again? This is gonna be a party.
And he's immobilized, so he can't move. Stupefied. Weren't you just talking about being stupefied?
Yes.
Stupefied. Take a status penalty equal to the value, 1 in this case, on intelligence, wisdom, and charisma-based checks and DCs, such as will saves, spell attack rolls, DCs, and so on and so forth. Anytime you attempt to cast a spell while stupefied, the spell is disrupted unless you succeed at a flat check of DC equal to 5 plus your stupefied value, which is 1. So we'd have to make a DC 20, or a D20 roll against a 6. 6 or higher, just to cast a spell. He's like, whoa, what's going on? I can't remember the words. It's confusing. So yeah, that's going on. And with that, this creature quickly scuttles. To point right here. Now remember, they're on the ceiling. This is a pretty vaulted ceiling, high vaulted ceiling of about 15 feet on top of that. So it's going to add about 10 feet to your range. 5 or 10 feet. And it's done. Next, Marshall.
Right. I'm going to draw my last hand axe. And I'm going to attack the one that's got Althea all wound up.
Okay, go for it. Marshall lays into
23.
this thing. 23 is going to hit. It's not going to be critical damage.
Now, I get to add a damage die for my
You
Dread
do.
Marshal stance, right?
Yep, you do. So does everybody.
So there's 1d6. Another d6. So that's 9. Well, yeah, 9 points of slashing damage.
9 points. Let's see what happens with that. Describe how you fell this beast.
As this thing lays into Althea and sort of binds her up, you just see Marshall sort of pull out his last hand axe. Not supposed to be attacking her. You're supposed to be attacking me. It's my time. And then he's just going to bury the hatchet right into the forehead of this creature. Right between the eyes.
It just sticks right in his head as you try to pull the axe out. It takes a couple pulls. It was so deep. And it just falls motionless, straight to the floor, crumpled in front of you, Althea.
And then I'm going to try to intimidate the one on the ceiling.
Go for it. How you doing this?
Yelling, screaming, cussing, ranting, raving.
Do you have that ability? Otherwise, you got to speak its language. There's a feat that allows you not to do it with the language. You can just do it through your presence.
Intimidating glare.
Is that it? Okay.
So yeah, I'm going to try to demoralize that guy.
Visual trait. You don't take a penalty if it doesn't understand your language. Okay. Let's see if this thing... Okay, got a 25. What's that against? Will DC?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. You got a critical success. That was the demoralize action?
Yes, sir.
Okay, critical success. The target becomes frightened too. So you frighten this creature. It pulls back as you look menacing and scary. So it's frightened too. Ouch.
Marshall, that was very scary. Good job.
Yeah, even Sheppy had to take a step back.
You heard what probably would equate to like a 5-minute tirade because it's still going. He's still yelling and cussing these spiders.
Well, you're not speaking, but you are speaking.
He's making spider gestures.
Yeah, like I'm making very rude, obscene spider gestures to these things.
Okay, I got that, I think. Frightened too.
This old boy's done.
There. Okay. Next, we're going to go to Farley Tell. Alright. He's immobilized. He's going to try and escape as he tries to squirm out of this thing. And he failed both times. We're going to go to the next creature here, which is the other Spidey. Let's see, he starts scuttling across the ceiling right above you, Sheppy. Whoops, that's 5 feet too far. Right here. There. And he's gonna spit at you. Okay. It fails as this blob strand lands right under him, right in front of you, totally missing you. And it begins to scuttle again. It's well above your head, so there's no chance of striking him from here. Marshall. And we're going to go to the next one, which is going to be a creature that is dead. We're going to skip him. We're going to go to Althea Binley. What's going on, Althea?
I'm going to attempt to break free once more.
Twist and you turn, you pull your feet up, and you manage to get some of it off and pushed off your lower leg and onto the floor. It's sticky in the hands, but you shake it off and you get motion again. You can move. You're no longer immobilized. You have escaped.
She kicks the webbing off of her boot. Finally, I can run. But first, we have to take care of these spiders.
Yeah. Wait up, Ronaldo.
Yes.
We know him's got to stick together. Good.
She's going to cast Divine Lance again. Oh, you know what? I haven't cast this in a while, so let's do Electric Arc.
Which one? Both, I guess, right?
Yeah, since I can select two targets, I will choose both. And they have to make a basic reflex save.
All right, roll damage.
So it's 9 in total. Electricity damage.
All right, first one to the north. It's a basic save. Okay, so it's going to take some damage. Not as much as you had hoped. The other one's immobilized. So, let's do his save. Including the frightened 2 penalty. Now, does immobilize do anything to your saves? Just can't move.
I think it just means you can't move.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, so yeah, he's going to take a little damage as well. Again, not as much as you hope, as this electrical arc shoots up towards the ceiling from Althea, first striking to the one to the north. And you can see the flickers of the lightning energy. And it begins to pull itself back from the pain. And as it does so, it arcs across the ceiling and strikes the other one, doing the same. And they both take some damage. Good move. Sheppy, you're next. I think that's it for you,
Okay.
right? Althea? You're
For
done?
my
Yeah.
first action.
Okay, hold on,
sorry.
Jesse. Hold on.
Sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Jesse.
Okay, for my first action, I will sustain the flaming sphere and move it there to make a DC 20
Now,
reflex.
it's on the ceiling. So does this go up the ceiling? I think it
Pretty sure it
can.
can be either on the ceiling or the floor because it has to have a solid floor and ceiling to work.
I agree. Let's play it that way regardless. So you can do it.
Okay.
Let me make it save. As it rolls up the ceiling and along the wall and onto the ceiling. Let's see if it can get out of the way. Did you put it in the chat for me?
Sure.
That way I can roll its thing with the DC. Tries and it tries and tries to step over the flames. What's your damage? It's going to be doubled.
Oh, God. 10.
All right, hold on. It's a basic save. Critically failed. And creatures that succeed at their save take no damage. This is a basic save, right? Or
Yeah.
no?
Basic DC 20 reflex save.
.3d6 fire damage, basic reflex save. Alright, so it's going to take twice as much damage. So, 10?
10.
Alright, and what I'm going to say is not only did it take damage, it's still alive, but it's going to fall. And the amount of damage it takes from the fall is enough to kill it with a splat. You see in front of you, Marshall, land this about a foot around spider, nasty looking thing. It's all crispied, its legs are half burned off, and it begins to pull what's left of those legs in on itself as this green ichor comes out of it from the damage of the fall itself.
It is motionless. It is dead.
And for my last 2 actions, I'm going to do a 2-action heal.
Wait a minute. One action to sustain itself, right?
Yeah, lets me move it.
The sustain allows you to move it, or does the sustain
Yeah.
have to be a separate action and then you move it?
Nope.
Okay. I think I'd remember by now. Yeah, it's been 2 weeks.
So a 2-action heal is what is it, 2d8? Everybody, or just d8 or 8?
It's what you normally roll for that level. You just add 8 to it.
I guess it's just 8.
Well, what level is it?
It's level 1.
Level 1? All right, that's a D8 plus 8. Who's that
14.
on? Who's that on?
Everybody within 30 feet of me.
Oh, you're doing the
including
3
the
action.
creatures.
Wait a minute.
No,
The 2 action healing is on any target within 30 feet.
right. Oh, it's not everybody?
No.
All right. That's on Marshall.
All right. There you go. Good move. 14 points of healing. Positive energy fills your body. It reinvigorates. Your wounds begin to close. You feel very positive, Marshall. Not all is lost. Hope.
Still a lot of wounds there.
But you feel better.
Sheppy said he not let no one die tonight. That includes you, Marshall. I'm done.
Marshall, you're up. There's one of these creatures left remaining. It's high up on the ceiling. You can see it. In the shadows. Near Farley, the elf, who's still struggling to get out of these webs.
Right on my free action, drop my hatchet.
Clank. Falls to the floor.
And I'm gonna draw my sling.
Shlink.
I'm gonna try to smack it.
Whip it up in the air. This little stone.
24.
24 is going to hit. Normal damage. Bludgeoning, I suspect. Let's see what you
That's
get.
bludgeoning. That'll be a whole 2 points of damage.
Roll an extra dice.
Oh yeah, that's right.
That's right. That's right. Another D6.
So 8
There you go.
points of bludgeoning damage.
Ow, you hurt me. You hear it. Ouch. Cat just scratched me in the back.
I still have one more action left, don't I?
Oops. I don't know. Free action to drop, another action to draw, another action to attack. You got one more action.
So I could attack it again.
Yeah, if it's reload time is 1. Which I believe it is. Go for it. Did you ever use a sling? We used to use a sling all the time, Jesse, remember?
I don't think that's gonna get it done. No.
Yeah, it's reload 1.
Okay. 9? No, a stone
He has a sling too.
A stone goes ricocheting off the ceiling. All right, you're done. We're going to go to Farley Tell. Make his roll. He spent all 3 actions trying to get out of this mess. Nope. He's still struggling. Sorry, Farley. That's why you should be here. Patrick. Althea, you're next. You hear cursing and muttering coming from the south. The elf is struggling. You can see him.
So this time, what she'll do. She sees the straggling little spider. And, she'll cast Daze. It needs to make a basic will save. DC 20.
Okay. Daze. You cloud the target's mind and daze it with mental jolt of energy. Too much energy drink.
So it's 4 damage, not a whole lot.
It's a basic save? Yeah.
Yes. Actually, you know what's funny is that it says it's heightened +2. So it actually should be increased by a d6. Because I'm level 4.
Go ahead and roll. We're at it.
So 5 in total.
Boy, the roll tonight.
And this is non-lethal.
Yes.
You heard my son before when he saw you roll 2 1s, didn't you?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Pretty pitiful.
Even
Terrible.
he saw it.
Yeah. She's terrible. All right.
I try.
As you daze this creature, it loses its clinginess to the ceiling, and as it does, it falls from the ceiling a good 15 feet. And that damage, you can't see it. It's out of sight, but you hear a sickening splat. Farley sees it, and he stops for a second and looks down and sees it's dead. It went splat. So your non-lethal damage killed it
Ha ha ha.
with the fall. Good move. Good move. This is a really good combat, actually. And with that, silence once again comes to the companions as these spiders, as far as you can tell, have been eliminated, including the big
Althea's
creature.
spinning. She's
Where'd that other
spinning
little
around.
jackrabbit go?
Are there
Yeah.
any more? Are we alone?
Farley, you got
just-
some explaining to do.
Where's Ronaldo? He said this was safe.
Marshall's gonna tuck his sling and go find his hand axes and stow them away.
Yep, no problem. You can get all those axes. Let me roll a die. Just for 1. Nope, you got them all. They're all good. That one particular axe that hit the door in front, I wanted to check on. But it's good. All right, so these nasty-looking bodies are laying there, these spider-like creatures. But yeah, silence once again returns. And suddenly, the door begins to creak open a little bit further, and you all take pause and look real quick, and there you see him.
Pat, lot of help you are, little gnome.
Oh, that was a close one. Wait, where is Farley? Is he okay? Does he live? I'm sure he does.
Not answering a damn thing you have to say until you start giving some answers of your own.
Yes.
And he rushes past you, and there you can see the elf. And
You stand right next to the elf, and he's kind of holding the elf and helping him to stand up. Yes, thank you, Ronaldo. I appreciate it. And cleans him off. Yes, you have much to do, Farley. Much to do indeed. Very well, heroes. I am proud of you. And suddenly, like a flash, whoosh, he appears right next to you, Sheppy. With incredible speed, he just almost appears right next to you. And for your help, I give you this. And he snaps his fingers. Whoosh. And as he does so, you hear something near Farley fall to the floor, like a book fell from the shelf. And as your eyes all look in that direction, you see Farley. Quick! It's a chest! It's a small chest appearing at the feet of Farley. Looks kind of big there, but yeah, you get the gist. And that's a loot sheet that I just made. You can crack that baby open and see what this horrible fae has left you, if you so choose.
That's a nice healing potion.
Replace the one that you gave me.
He's disappeared from sight. As you turn back to look where he once stood, he's gone.
Are we all huddled around the chest looking inside?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Farley's the first one to crack it open. It's not locked. It's an old wooden chest. It's very small, actually. It's only like a foot tall and a foot wide. No lock on it, but it easily opens, and Farley pops it open, and there you see potions. Safely tucked in each little separate individual space within, cushioned, as it were, and protected. I believe you see, I believe it's 6 potions. I think it's 6 potions.
See 5.
There should be more than 5.
No, there's 6.
Yeah, there's 6. There's 4 minor, 1 lesser of each.
You can drag them to your character sheets, and they should disappear. Verify that. There's only 6. But however you want to divide them up, they're obviously healing potions, as can be read from the labels. Farley can identify these. They're pretty common. You know what they are. Oh, we need these, my friends. Come, let us distribute them. Of course, Farley won't get any because the player isn't here. Get out of here, Farley. Go over there.
Althea reaches in and grabs one of the potions.
Yep, Sheppy grabbed one too.
Marshall grabbed one. Reluctantly.
Marshall,
Take the rest.
Maybe you should drink one now. Test
No.
it, make sure they're safe. I don't know if we can really trust Ronaldo. He did leave us.
So I'm the guinea pig.
I figured of everyone here, you'd be the
toughest one, right?
the toughest one. Yes.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Sheppy.
Very well.
Sheppy, finish your sentences today.
Get back 17. Holy crap.
Wow. Barely injured.
I haven't been that since we started this escapade.
I see 3 minor healings in the loot sheet. Did everybody take them? What are those 3 there?
Here, how about the 3 of us take one?
All right.
No point in leaving any of these behind. Might as well clear it out.
Next question. Where do we go from here? Back to face Volok. Do
I
we
don't know if
march
we're
some
ready.
other place?
I'm quite afraid to head back. Farley, have you felt anything with that spell you had? The alarm spell to protect our goods? Has it rung again, or I'm not sure how it works, but
Did you ask Farley something?
mhm.
Okay, I was not
Do
listening
you
at
feel
all.
anything? Oh.
Say it again, Rachel. Sorry. What did you ask him?
Are you getting any alarms from the I guess we called it Belcora's reading room?
Yes, early on when we began to run, I heard it. But then it went quiet again. It should still be safe. I don't know, something could be waiting for us.
I'll go look.
But it's hard to tell. The creature entered, and you heard that a long time ago. But if something leaves it, I'm not sure it's going to make a noise or not. But if something re-enters, you would hear that, and he hasn't heard that. So he seems to think it might be okay to return. We should investigate. I say we go back, my friends. Sheppy, I'm going to take away one of your minor healing potions. You have quite a few
Okay.
there. I'm taking one away, and I'm giving it to Farley.
Gotcha.
If I could get to his sheet. And as you guys contemplate this, do you want to go back?
Let's focus 10 minutes first.
I can scout ahead if you want to refocus.
No. Stay. We don't split.
He's like a zombie.
And Sheppy's gonna drink one of his potions.
Okay, just use it, make the roll. And then we'll take a pause. It's 8:30. We're all going to take a little break here in a second, and I'm going to do some technical things here to fix this. And you guys can contemplate your next move. Whether you want to go back and check that out. We could probably do that right now. If you want to head back, I could put you all back in that chamber, assuming everything's okay. But you know, I love leaving things at a cliffhanger.
I don't know what that's doing. I don't know why it keeps rolling.
I don't know. Is anyone else having issues with Foundry tonight or no? Is it just me?
All good here.
Seems to be working fine for me.
Okay, it's just
Yeah.
me.
No problems.
Yeah, I'm having issues. That's okay. Issues reminiscent of the past. All right, I'll let you guys figure out what you want to do from this chamber, and then we'll pick up from there. 5 to 10 minutes. Take a break. We'll be right back. All right, folks, going to intermission. See you in a little bit. here we are. Okay, got to pick up after our little intermission here. We're all set to go. Pick up where we left off. Rachel has control of Farley's character from this point. So, yeah. Okay. So, you've gathered yourselves together in this large chamber of books, a library of sorts, with Ronaldo, who's disappeared once again. And you make your way across the hallway. Again, this is familiar territory. You've been through here many times. And you make your way back into that safe haven. Closing the doors behind you. And you finally get into that chamber where that creature was. Who's doing the peeking here?
I'm doing the peeking.
You're doing the peeking. You peer into the room. Cautiously. It's all lit. Cautiously, you peek inside. To the south, you see a smashed door off its hinges. It's now open. There is no door there anymore. You do not see Volok. You only see shadows beyond, and then the darkness. The room itself seems empty. However, the bag that was draped over the chandelier, correct?
Yeah.
Is missing. Also,
Oh, that son of a monkey stole our supplies.
Also,
There goes all those torches and rations.
Also, you notice the body of Augie is not there. So that's been verified. You also hear the running water, the fall, and the glow of the light that seems to be emanating from the chandelier magically, as it was before. What would you like to do?
It doesn't appear to be here.
Isn't that a relief? Now, sit still. I'm gonna just patch up some of those wounds.
Very well. I'll pop a squat on one of the chairs, and yeah, as you start to press on the bandage, easy there, gnome. Bit's tender.
Okay, that's what I thought. I'm gonna say I rolled twice because you jinxed it. Foundry was running smoothly. We come back from intermission and I click and there's a delay. So that was a failure, but can I hero point it? Because either one, it wasn't good, but hero point to re-roll the medicine check. Alright.
Yes. DC 15.
Wow. Much better.
There you go. 2d8. Now, the wounded condition.
4.
Wow. What is happening? Now, I think the wounded condition goes away entirely after some medicine. So you're okay. Take away the wounded condition. Finally. But you are doomed. Can't wait to use doomed. For those unfamiliar, doomed is a condition. The dying value at which you die is reduced by your doomed value. If your maximum dying value is reduced to 0, you instantly die. When you get a full night's rest, your doomed decreases by 1. Deadly.
Aw, when did Marshall get doomed?
Oh, I'm kidding. He's not doomed. He wants to be doomed.
I know he does.
He was to play another character. The cousin of Dane.
It's an internal doom. Cousin.
Okay, so
Alright, all patched up.
Farley is still...
Thank
we're going to get rid of his stupefied and immobilized, obviously. Okay, you're in this room. If you want to do any more healing, takes 10 minutes per attempt if anybody else needs it.
I refocused while they
Okay.
were healing up.
Gotcha.
I think we should continue down. We have to recover our supplies and equipment.
Yes. How are you feeling, Farley?
Oh, much better. My head is much clearer now. I don't know what became of me back then. And Ronaldo, where was he gone? Well,
The little gnome ran away.
regardless,
Again.
we must push on. We cannot wait any longer. We must get deeper, down below. We have much to
We
do.
have to destroy Volok
Yes.
first and foremost.
And he immediately begins to head towards the open doorway.
Marshall's gonna stop him. You are not wearing armor. I am.
Althea, I have a question for you.
Wait, wow.
Yeah, go ahead.
The picture of Volok. Do you have it?
The picture?
Remember we got a picture from the ghost? Or was it Arthurian that took it? I hope not.
I definitely don't have it in my pack.
Arthurian didn't give it to you, Marshall, did he? I would like to see what he was wearing in that picture.
I have no such pendant.
I'm just wondering, because I remember that the picture, it looked like he was wearing the same clothes as he was when we were fighting him. I don't know. Just curious.
I just checked. Obviously, on Arthurian sheet, Arthurian still got it.
Ah.
At least it's not as bad as the time we were hunting a key and it was on Althea the whole time.
That's alright. Don't worry about it. That's a shame, Sheppy. I don't have it either.
It's okay. Well, I guess we push on.
Indeed.
Yes, come.
Marshall, you want to lead the way?
Yes. Farley is unarmored. Stay behind me, Farley.
All right, marching order. We have 2x2. It's going to be Marshall on the left. Sheppy. Are you next to him in the front or no?
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm just going by what we had before. And then in the second rank, we have Althea. Is that okay? And
Yeah.
Farley. And then single file, it's going to be Marshall, Sheppy, Althea, and Farley. That's pretty much what we were doing before. Exploration activities. What would you like to do, Marshall, as you
Fend.
defend? So you've got your shield raised, sword at the... Well, the sword is part of defend, but yeah, your shield is at the ready. Althea?
I'll be investigating using occultism.
Investigate. Occult. Now you're holding tight to your amulet?
I would hope so, yes.
Okay. Sheppy, what are you doing?
I am going to maintain detect magic.
So any magical blips that come within 30 feet of you will go off. You'll sense them. A blue, icy orb appears before the elf, Farley Tell, as he turns to head down towards the depths of the godlight. Althea clings tightly to her mouse in one hand and the amulet in her other, looking left and right and on the ceilings. You have a torch, right? Yeah.
A light spell on my shield.
But Althea's got a torch?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. You're going to have to knock off one of your torches by now from your supplies and light up another one.
This time she won't light up another one, and she'll just go by the light from her previous spell that's on Marshall.
Okay. Couple hours have gone by. Let's get our torch as you go into that adjacent room and return once again to the lower levels. And load the map. Once again, you find yourself in this dining chamber. The presence of the skeletons still lie intact on the floor. Previously, you had fought a vicious battle here. To the south, of course, was Volloks, who pursued you up the steps you're currently passing through. Nothing seems out of place from the last time you've seen this chamber. What do you do?
Is the door open to the south?
It's closed.
Rat is hiding in the nest.
Do we want to check out that room to the left? Althea and I may have found something of interest in there before.
Hold on here. It looks like a couple doors are open. Rachel, did you say Althea left that one door open where you were investigating that kitchen? Didn't you tell me you were going to keep that door specifically open?
Yeah, I've been keeping doors open.
Okay, I'll make a note of that. It's about time, she says.
But it's only if I'm the last one out.
Okay. So that door
Probably a
to
good
that
idea.
kitchen is open. The one with the bathtub, if you remember, should be closed. It's open for some reason. It's now closed. All right, so we're all set. Yeah, all right. Sorry, I haven't been in this chamber for a bit. All is good. So you're standing in the doorway. What would you like to do?
Well, I
You
know where
guys
that
wanna-
little runt is. He's down
Well,
south.
We do know where he is. But Althea and I may have found something. Maybe we should check it out. To the kitchen. Maybe something will help us.
Very well. And then we're gonna go in there and I'm gonna bury this hatchet in Volloks' face.
And I will push it in with a flame spell to help.
Thank you.
No problem.
That sphere of yours packs a punch. That's for
Well.
sure.
I've got one left. One left in my brain. All right. Sheppy is going to go to the wall and start fiddling with the knives and spoons and forks and things that were being turned.
Try to figure this one out.
Yeah. Maybe put them going all the same way.
So, give me a second here. No technical issues, but I just noticed something. Remember, Kyle, I was telling you about that update I did and
Yes.
left a zip file and all that, and I didn't notice. But yeah, it's applicable here on the level we were just on. But evidently I have to update this because the journal entries, you know how they used to look pretty nice and fancy and graphs and everything, nothing like that now. That's all gone. Everything is just like straight text with some icons put here and there. So something happened. It's still usable though. If you don't know, I tried to update this earlier and it didn't update. Instead, it created a zip file, and which went beyond my limit of space on the Forge, so I couldn't even launch the game. So I had to go into my stuff and delete stuff. And by looking through it, I found a file that shouldn't be there. It's a zip file for the Abomination Vaults official. When I tried to update it, that's what it did, and it said failed to update. So I removed that zip file, and then I could get back in and everything's normal again, except it looks like it didn't update. In fact, it went backwards. So I'll have to look at this week, see what's up. But anyway, off to the kitchen. Just have to get used to this. I'll read this again. A strange, squat cast iron stove with no chimney sits in the southwest corner of this room. Althea saw this, so did Sheppy. On the north, a large oak table covered with cooking utensils sits against a wall. A skeletal body slumps at the base of the cupboards along the western wall. Now, Althea, when this door is peered into, when you look inside the chamber, you don't see or sense anything from previous. If you'd like to go in and poke around, you can give me a blind perception check. And tell me what you're poking around.
Well, she's gonna go, basically, right next to Sheppy, because I'm pretty sure he's doing the same thing.
Yep.
But we're wandering in and going straight to that sort of puzzle that we never had the time to figure out.
Yes, the wall to the north. You all see this, Marshall. You see Sheppy and Althea. Once again, they're approaching this wall they approached before. And they see this wall covered with knives and spoons and spatulas, forks. But something is odd about it. And as you look at it, Marshall, feel free to make a blind perception roll as well. There's something odd about it. And looks normal to me, says Marshall.
I'm not familiar with kitchens. I am a soldier.
Okay, now Sheppy, of course, and Althea already looked at this, but I'm going to take your perception rolls regardless. And Sheppy, you see it. You notice something. There is a particular series of daggers. When you look at the whole wall, you see that these daggers pointing to the west, to your left as you look at the wall. When you look at them as a whole, they form an arrow, like it's pointing to something. And as you look in the direction the arrow is pointing, these knives, you see in the corner, the leftmost corner, you see what looks like the outline of some kind of door. Right here in this corner.
Sheppy begins to push and prod and try to find a mechanism to open the door.
Around the door itself, it just looks like it's sealed, but you can see the outline. It stands out from the rest of the wall, but it's not obvious. But you see it clearly now that you look at those daggers and the form of an arrow pointing at it. So you're sure it's a door, but you can't see how it works. There's nothing around the door, no knobs or loose blocks or anything discolored. Nothing apparent.
Do the daggers move? Can we make the arrow point the other direction?
Yes. You notice that the daggers and the spoons and the forks, the ones that are sideways on the horizontal, which is one of the reasons it looks unusual, they swivel. They're actually affixed to the wall. Whereas the ones in the vertical, most of them, not all of them, you can lift off and use them.
Maybe turn them like the pointing to the door, maybe?
So you want to manipulate them and see what's going on.
Manipulate. Yeah.
All right. Does anyone want to help Sheppy? And Sheppy, what do you say to the others as you discover this?
Look, the daggers. They form an arrow. And they're pointing to looks like a secret door. See it? See the outline? It's there.
I'll try to go over and help him. Now,
Thea, you're paying close attention. You're focused primarily on anything mysterious and occultish about it. If you would like to help as well, manipulate these forks, because I guess Sheppy's under the impression that maybe if we move them certain ways, it might reveal the door. If you'd like to, you can do so as well. Will you do so?
Oh yeah, she'll try to help with whatever ones she can reach.
All right. 10 minutes goes by. Sheppy, you're leading this endeavor, so I'm going to have you make this roll. Give me a... thievery check.
Oh, my new skill. You want that blind or...
Blind.
Whoops, hold on. I don't know why that came out that way.
Roll it again.
What is it, shift click, or is it just...
Blind?
Control click, but I don't know if it works on every clickable, rollable
It
button.
did. I got
Okay,
it.
good.
Thank you.
If you'd like to use a hero point, you can do so.
Sure.
You sure? Another 10 minutes goes by. Looking at this wall, manipulating the forks and the knives. And right when you think you have a clue as to how this, it's starting to form a pattern here. You're seeing what's going on. It was frustrating at first, but as you get close to the end and you get the forks a certain way and the spoons another and these knives seem to be the key to it all, now you can see they have to be certain directions. And nothing happens. You're frustrated. What is happening? And just then Althea steps forward and she catches eye to this. She notices something unusual about the one knife. Symbols run across its pommel. It's not like a kitchen knife. This is some kind of mysterious sacrificial dagger. It's hard to notice at first because it's the same color as all the other knives. It kind of blends in, but when you look at it closely, especially Althea, who's paying particular attention here, she notices, as she begins to look at the pommel, she begins to turn the knife, because it swivels, a certain way. And just as she gets it right where she can read, and she begins to do so, I think I know what this says. You hear a click. Come from the northwest corner. Your eyes quickly shift. Sheppy. And there you see this door suddenly sink into the wall, like as if it's become ajar and is now movable. Your eyes all shift to that door as this noise is heard. What do you do?
Push on it.
Sheppy
the goblin. He moves over past the little table and begins to push.
And as you do, it comes to a sudden stop. It goes about 3 inches in.
I've got it.
And then it stops. But as it stops, right in front of Althea, right where the dagger was, in front of you, Althea, is another door that suddenly appears and becomes ajar with a clunk. It's wooden. It's right in front of you, right where the dagger was located that you were looking at, right in front of you. And you noticed as you were looking at the dagger and kind of manipulating it and pushing the wall, this second door begins to give way. And if you want, you can push that door in. Right here is where I'm talking. So the door isn't over where you are, Sheppy. That was only the second part. It's right in front of Althea.
Give it a push.
Yeah, she slowly pushes it forward to open it.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Oh,
I'll stand ready, axe in hand.
oh boy.
You see in front of you a 5-foot wide corridor. Natural stone. You hear Farley in the background gasp. Not this again. You
Do
two
you mean again?
Natural stone. As this door pushes in, you're hit with the smell of dank, musty odor, like this has not been traveled through in a long time. As you look in the distance with your light, you can see what looks like white stones, sticks, no, bones on the floor, the ground. Again, this is a natural cavern. What do you do?
Well, do we go down here or do we go to our death to the south? I don't know. What do you think?
I want Volok.
Yes, says Farley. We must go on. We must investigate every nook and cranny of this place. We must move on, move forward. And he slams the door behind you. Come, let us go.
I guess it wouldn't hurt to take a look.
The companions form up. Marshall in the front, Sheppy, Althea, and Farley. You step into the cave, into the dank corridor. Marshall, as soon as you set foot in here, the ground begins to give away beneath your feet. Only so slightly, as if it was damp and wet. And it's just then that you see off your glowing... Is it your shield? What's glowing on you? Your magic...
Shield.
Shield. Off the shine from your shield, you see the glistening along the walls and the ceiling of water. It's wet down here. You continue on, going forward, deeper. You see up ahead an open chamber, much larger.
We'll step into the chamber slowly, cautiously. Axe raised.
Althea looking around, looking for runes or anything that stands out to you. The dagger was quite interesting, but
Any
You-
magic?
you do sense the presence of magic. You have since you first got into this level here. this lower complex.
Careful, there's magic afoot.
But Althea, you do see more and more of these bones. You also you start to smell rotting meat, flesh decay. As you get closer and closer to this more open area. Marshall, you're leading the party. I would like you to make a perception roll. This should be blind.
It's on its way.
Slowly you move forward, going to the north. Towards the open space. It's at this point, Arthurian, that you hear a screech.
Contact.
A scream, and it's coming from the left. And there you see it. And as soon as that screech makes a screech, you hear that the call is answered. Further into the depths, your attention is grabbed to your right, to the east. You see not one, but two of these creatures. Now, Althea, where are you? Okay, you're third. Sheppy. If you'd like to make a recall knowledge on these creatures that suddenly appear before you, I'm going to show you them.
This looks familiar.
You see them. They have long legs, shells. They look like some type of spider. They're huge. This is what you see, and they begin to turn towards you, Marshall, and they're moving towards you.
About to be a party.
Now, before we do that, I'm going to give Sheppy a chance to recall knowledge immediately.
What skill?
Yeah, good question. 1 second. Da-da-da-da-da-da. That's going to be cultism. Oh, and you know what? I'm going to allow Althea, who's right behind Sheppy, to also do this because she's particularly aware of occultism. So I'm going to let her recall knowledge as well, which is what this is all about. I'm going to let you make it, Althea. These are all blind.
I'm just adding my +1 bonus from my necklace or my amulet. That should be it.
You've seen them before. These are those vile creatures. Creature. You saw it once in the cemetery. The very creature that had appeared from the beam that had penetrated the cemetery. The very creature that was teleported, transported, it seemed, to the cemetery. There in front of you, you recognize them clearly. Those are those nasty scalathrax, Farley referred to them as. Nasty, vile, evil, vicious creatures. And now, 2 of them, Marshall, lie ahead of you. Now, from this point on, if you want to make recall knowledge checks to learn more about them, you can do so. But I'm giving you that because you were paying attention and have had seen these in the past. Sheppy and Althea. So you do recall these creatures. As far as you can tell, you've encountered these creatures before. So if you can think back to that cemetery encounter, that late night, you might have some memories of how dastardly
these creatures can be. And with that, we're going to roll initiative. I'll put everybody on the mat here in a second. Just got to go to my creatures, or my characters. Marshall, you got the lead. I'm going to put you... Whoops. Is that you? Yeah, that's you. I'm going to put you ahead there. Get rid of this. All right, let me see. Put you right up. Yeah, I'm going to put you there. You're the only one. Well, no, you know what? Let me put you back where you were. And then, Sheppy, you're going to be right where he was. You're going to be right there behind him, under a little overhang. Althea, you're right there. And Farley's bringing up the rear. So, yeah, you're kind of out of sight, Sheppy, but you're there.
Okay.
It's the nature of these maps. Okay. And Marshall, you are with raised shield, so give yourself raised shield.
Just put a bunch of us in the tracker again.
Why is it doing that? That should not have happened.
Yeah, like you got me in there twice, so I have a mini-me?
Yeah, I have a feeling it's part of that update flub. That's what I think. Bear with me, I've got too many of you guys. Okay. Okay. They're right. Farley. Let's get rid of this one. I don't know why it's doing that. Sheppy, you're in there twice. I have a feeling it's because of that update. I messed something up. All right, that one is gone. Sheppy, you're in there once. You're still in there twice?
Yeah, I am. So is Marshall.
Yeah.
Hey, I fully support having two of me.
Yeah, that's fine. We can have two Sheppies and two Marshalls.
Yep, two Sheppies,
Yeah.
two Marshalls.
That'll make things a little easier.
All right, Marshall, I have you in there once. You didn't roll your initiative yet on this one. No, I have you in there twice, actually. I'm sorry. Get rid of that one.
This first one rolled a 22.
Yeah, let me see here. I don't want to do that. I want to remove.
I had a 24. I see him gone.
All right, I got to do this over again. All right, Marshall. Boom. There you are. Althea. Boom. There you are. Okay. All right, so there you are. You're all in there. You can roll your initiative fresh and brand new. If you want to use investigate or occultism, you can, Althea. If you want to use occultism, if it's higher,
than perception. I don't know if it's the same thing or not. It might be.
Perception will do just nicely, thanks.
Okay.
I will use occultism.
You're not looking for occultism. I'm.
No, I was. I made an occultism check to recognize the
That was
creatures before.
that was a freebie. I gave it to you. The reason why I'm letting her do it is because she's got an exploration activity. She's investigating occultism. That's why I'm giving it to her. Yours was just an afterthought upon seeing the creatures. Because you've seen them in the past.
I had a better roll.
Oh, stop complaining. All right, we're all set. Sorry about the mess up with the foundry tonight.
Well, it ain't your fault, Fritz. It's Foundry being mean.
This might actually affect your game as well. I'll have to work on this week and see what I did wrong. Update it, essentially. Because, wow, that's not cool. Took away all my nice graphics. All right, begin encounter. Here we go. The Scalathrax returns. Let's see how we can fight this out. All right, you guys didn't do very good with your initiatives. Okay. I believe these creatures are giving away the name again. I don't care at this point. I'm not going to fix it now, so whatever.
No, you're good. They're not.
It's not?
Nope.
Oh.
Oh. Okay. That's good. All right, the first one up next to your left flank. It's going to make an attack on you as it raises its legs, and suddenly it throws these little quills in your direction as soon as you make your presence known. That's going to be one action. What's your armor class real quick?
23.
Yeah, I can look at the tracker and it says your armor class. All right, it hits. It's going to roll some damage. Ranged quills. They come ricocheting and bouncing off the wall behind you, but some of them find their mark on you and open flesh. Marshall, you take 11 points of piercing damage as they cut into your flesh. And it lets out a screech. And it moves forward right within range of you, and it launches another series of attacks against you with its jaws. They come clasping down in your direction. You attempt to fend it off with your shield. And you are fortunate to have blocked it with your shield this time. But as it does, you see the fangs come hard against the top of the shield, and it looks like they have some kind of goo coming off of them. Nasty, venomous, perhaps. But you manage to avoid being bitten by this creature. And with that, suddenly the other one begins to go into motion, and it as well, its front legs extend into the air. You hear a screech come from it as it throws its arms at you repeatedly, and these quills once again come in your direction. It's going to make an attack with those quills. Ooh. And you feel it. It's like every single quill strikes your open flesh and even pierces your armor. You feel your shield crack and give way. You're going to take some damage. This will be 22 points of piercing damage from these quills. You're just being overwhelmed by these things, these quills.
It lets out a screech, and it as well charges forward directly at you. And it attempts to bite you. The fangs once again are bearing your direction. And this time your shield was of no use, as it not once but twice clamps down on your arm and pulls away flesh, and then it clamps down again on your bare chest at this point. You're going to take some damage. $22 points.
I'm down.
No, I take that back. It wasn't 22 points. It was 26 points of piercing damage. And that's going to be dying too, because that was a critical hit. In addition, it's irrelevant at this point. Let me make a note of something. All right. The fangs were covered in some kind of venomous liquid, and it's dripping out of your wounds at this stage. This happens to you as you fall to the ground, and your whatever was in your hand, weapon-wise, axe, sword, I don't know, it drops from your hand as you fall to the ground. Althea, Marshall has fallen to these creatures that you have witnessed before. Sheppy is directly in front of them at this stage. What do you do?
I cast heal to bring back Marshall. And although he's right in front of me, I think I get more by doing the 2-action healing. At least there's like a positive, so I'll just click the 2-action healing button. You healed 21.
Okay, you are 21 hit points. You are wounded. Is he wounded 2 or 1?
He'd be wounded 2 if it was a critical hit.
That put him down?
That put him down. I don't know, you might have to look that up. I don't recall.
Let's consult the oracle, because I don't want to look it up. You are wounded 2, sadly. Boy, the night is not going your way, Marshall. Fate. All right, you're wounded 2. You're no longer dying. You are prone. You are unconscious. No, you are conscious. You're just prone. You know the gist. And we'll keep you at wounded 2. Let's get rid of your raised shield. That's no more. All right.
And she still has 1 action, and she's kind of not sure what we're feeling with this. Whether it's a runaway situation. So she's just going to cast Shield. Just did that. There we go. Alright. I guess Sheppy's next.
Also, Farley has shield up. Forgot about that. Excellent. All right. So as you cast this positive energy towards your friend, doesn't seem to have an effect on the creatures. You didn't really expect it anyways, but you see your friend come to. Sheppy, you're up next. There's a lot going on around you.
All right. Sheppy is going to heal as well. And I'm going to do the 2 action. So that is 8 plus 8.
D8 plus 8?
D8 plus 8.
If it's level 1, yes.
Yeah.
On yourself, correct? Or on
Marshall.
Marshall. 12 points, Marshall. Okay.
And for my last action, I will cast my elemental toss. This guy. 23.
Fire erupts from your hand and you whip it towards the creature immediately in front of you. You hit. You manage to catch it within the flames.
$10 points.
10 points of fire damage. Okay, let me take a quick look here. You notice that as these flames hit this creature, it seems to catch a little bit more than you expected it would and pass over the creature's body. It begins to writhe. It's pretty obvious it took quite a bit more damage than you thought it would have taken from such a small little spell.
All right, I got this. I'm going to blow him up.
Calm down, calm down. I think that's it for you,
Farley,
right?
use fire.
Farley's up next. What? What's happening? He has no spells. But we must push on.
So, funny enough, I was gonna have Farley produce flame. So, all right.
Yeah, cantrips. There you go.
Only one.
The one you'll have to target, I think, is the one right up here in front of, not that one.
He can see both of them.
Can he?
Yeah.
All right, let me take
Actually,
a
he
look.
can barely see Sheppy, but he can see the giant spider.
Let me see. Let me see. It's this map. It's hiding the squares. Yeah, I guess he
Yeah,
can.
it must be like a kind of an overhanging cliff that we're walking under, kind of
Mhm.
thing, which is cool.
All right, go ahead. You can do that. Farley gets
All
a
right.
21. That is a hit. Marshall, does your aura that you normally have, that's always in play, isn't it?
Yeah.
So will that affect them in any way outside of you doing something special like that intimidation check or anything?
Outside of the intimidation check, they have a +1 to status bonus against fear effects, like for their saving throws.
Okay.
Oh,
And that always applies as long as they're within your aura.
Yep,
Gotcha.
as long as they're within 10 feet.
Okay.
And that's you calling out instructions and inspiring. And
You have to role play that up. Forward.
No need to fear. Marshall's here.
No need to fear, I'm just laying here dying now. Hit that son of a...
All right, so 10 points.
count me in as inspired. Yeah, so 10 hit points, not 10 hit points, 10 points of fire damage.
And as these wisps of fire hit this creature, it seems to be very explosive, more than you would expect, and it catches more of the creature. A lot more than you expected from a simple spell.
And with their last action, they recast shield to get it for the rest of the next round.
Okay. Once again, this glowing shield appears. All right, so he's done. We're going to go to Marshall. You're up, finally. All right, your weapon has to be picked up. You're prone. Your shield I'm letting you have strapped on, so that's good.
Roll over, grab my weapon, stand up. There's 2 actions. I'm no longer prone nor flat-footed, and I'm going to give
Pick up
this
your
guy to
weapon.
my right a wallop.
Did you pick up the weapon?
Yes.
Okay, go for it. $18. It's a miss.
You have a hero point, don't you?
No, I don't. But Marshall's gonna start barking orders. Form up. Let's go. Drop some fire on that right there. Duck and run if you have to.
Okay. By the way, I think I forgot this, but I wanted to give everybody a hero point after that battle. So everybody gets a hero point for that after that battle. I forgot that.
Then I do have a hero point, and I will use it.
Okay, go for it. That
was
quick.
quick.
Cha-ching!
There we go.
There you
29.
go. Damn. Almost a critical. Close. All right, so you hit normal damage.
6.
9 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Crack.
Crack indeed. And you feel it cut through its carapace type of shell that's on it. It's not really a shell on it, but it's very thick. And you pierced that. Or slashed it, I should say. Okay. Okay. All done. And next round, round 2, as we move along here. All right, this one up here that hasn't been touched yet. Okay. Okay. He briefly pulls back this one that's right in front of you, the initial one that you faced. And as it pulls back, also slightly, you see movement from within its bowels. And as it does this, in its mouth, you can see it get full, and it begins to drip from the fangs, and suddenly appears, its maw begins to open, and it's huge, and unnaturally so, in your direction, going down the corridor. This is going to hit. I might have to use my thingy-majiggy here. 5, 10, 15. Yeah, let me pull up measurement tools. Is that it? Actually, it should be in their attack. Let me see here. Oops, that's the wrong one. This one. Yeah, that will catch Farley. That's going to catch everybody in the corridor as this gout spews from its mouth. All right, so let me take this off the map. Bump. And that's going to take 2 actions as it disgorges from its mouth this oily substance, and it hits all of you. You're all going to get a reflex save. as you're all caught within this cone. So everybody can make a public reflex save. See how well you manage to avoid being hit by this oily, black, glistening goo. All right. Farley, excellent. Sheppy, okay. Let me Oh, I gotta look up every one individually. Damn it. All right, Sheppy. You. Let me do this manually. You're gonna take some damage. You're really hit by this.
You know what? I think I'm going to use a hero point to re-roll that.
Use it now.
Before you look it up.
Use it now.
I'm using it.
You should have decided before I said anything. But go ahead.
Aw.
Oh well.
It's okay.
It's meant to be, right?
You're gonna take 10 points of poison damage. So if you have any immunities to poison or resistance, that will apply. Otherwise,
He is an iron gut goblin. Let me look that up. I get a +2 circumstance bonus to savings throws against afflictions against the sickened condition. I guess that would not count.
no, this is poison damage.
Okay.
So take
I
that
take it.
damage, and also there's a little bit more going on here, which I'll get into. Which is very ironic that this also applies. I'll tell you about it in a bit. Anyway, I'll look that up. Now, who is next after Sheppy? Blah, 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 blah. Sheppy, we've got Farley Tell, who got a 20. That also is going to be some damage. Farley's going to take 11 points of poison damage.
Ooh.
And also,
Okay.
there's that. And next is Marshall. Marshall, you take 6 points of poison damage. Althea, you're going to take 7 points of poison damage. All right. And that's 2 actions. And its next action is going to be against you, Marshall. Let me check something, Marshall, for your benefit. I probably should look this up for your benefit. I want to see if this attack I don't think it does, but I want to look real quick. No, I guess it doesn't. I was going to see if you can use attack of opportunity against this. Anyway. It's going to make its... Alright. Next Scalathrax. I think you're... Can I hit you? I think I can, Sheppy. Give me a number from 1 to 6.
1.
Oh well. Fate is not on the side of the warrior tonight, as Jaws once again venomous. No, yeah, Jaws once again come his direction, this time from his right. The creature that had took him down before once again lays into him viciously. with another critical hit.
I'm gonna raise shield.
Reactive shield?
Yep.
Okay.
I'll be at 23 AC now.
Let's see if it paid off. It did. It turned a critical hit into a normal hit. That was a good move. I should give you another hero point for that because that was awesome. Well played. But it does hit regardless. The jaws sink into you. You manage to push it away at first with your shield. But it did make contact. You feel it rip into your other arm just as you bash it with your shield. 11 points of piercing damage. In addition, you need to make a fortitude save. You can make this public.
$13.
13. You're going to have the clumsy one condition as this venom that goes into your flesh, and you can feel the warmth move up to your arm and on your shoulder. You begin to feel woozy. You begin to almost drop your sword. Your shield arm drops to your side, but you raise it quickly back again. You're clumsy one. Althea, you see the warrior up front being attacked viciously, full of quills and blood dripping from his wounds and strange toxic black ichor. What do you do? Send the mouse ahead.
Be a distraction. Chase them off.
Poor Binley.
Go,
He didn't know
Binley,
what the
go.
hell's going on.
No, he's more like my delivery mouse, but
Yes.
I'm like within arm's reach of just about everybody here.
Here, deliver death.
I guess. Let's see. Just gonna put this in the chat. 10-foot burst.
I think your camera went dead there, Fred.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I wasn't charging. Damn it. It died.
That's okay. We can still hear you.
Alright, I guess I will cast Sound Burst. Far enough where it catches the two creatures.
Okay.
There we go. They have to make a fortitude save. Both of them. If they got a critical success, they're unaffected. A regular success, they take half damage. Failure, they take full damage and are deafened for a round. And critical failure, it's double damage, deafened for 1 minute, and they're stunned. So here's my damage roll. That's 13.
as this noise blasts out from behind the creatures. You see them both begin to shake, and they stutter around, almost like they're in the middle of an earthquake, and they both begin to make these screeching sounds, and particularly the one on the right of the cave opening. They took some damage. You can see it clearly, Althea. The one on the right, more so.
Alright, and with my last action, I will cast shield once more.
What does your shield look like?
We'll say it's like a giant butterfly because that's what
Yeah.
Desna. That's her symbol. Either that or a full moon.
I like it. I like the butterfly wings. This butterfly comes in front of her. I like it. I like it. All right. Sheppy, you're up next.
Okay.
Madness surrounds you. You don't know what's going on.
Foundry's almost reloaded. It locked up on me, but
okay.
it's almost there.
Okay.
Just gotta move my map.
So, let's do a status here. We've got Marshall taking the brunt of this. Before he can get deep into the room, he's just taking it. He's holding his own at 16 hit points. The two creatures in front of you. The one on the right, Marshall, looks the worst. It looks a little bit confused, actually, as well as being brutalized with wounds, and the ichor is just pouring out of it. The one on the left, however, looks a little bit, barely injured, so to speak.
All right, I'm back. All right, I'm gonna link a spell here real quick because I want to see if I can maneuver its cone.
Cone will be difficult because you got Arthur or Marshall there.
Yeah,
I don't know
see if I
how
can.
you could be able to bypass him with a cone.
I think I'm gonna hit him, but I just want to see.
I don't think you will.
Can you move that cone? Because I can't. I placed it.
Yeah, the funny thing
Can
is,
you
I
just-
can't see. Well, let me see. Maybe I'm wrong.
It's probably because the enemy's sitting on top of the,
Yeah.
the cone.
I got it.
Jesse, you should be able to click that measuring tool on the top left. It looks like a right angle, like a ruler, but at a right angle, like
Yeah.
a corner.
An L.
Yeah. All right, let me try to place it again.
If not, I can put it on there. You guys can see when I put a thing down, right?
Yeah.
See, the
What's it
trick
doing that?
the trick to placing them is left click it and just move it. Don't take your finger off the click button. Because when you do, that's when it places it. Just move it
and
around.
You can use your scroller, the middle mouse button, to move it around while you're still clicking down for placement. So it kind of spins it around.
I don't think there's any way you're going to be able to hit both of them, Jesse. Not with a 15-foot cone.
All right, I will take that back.
You can only hit the one. But
Yeah, I have to change my thought pattern here.
all right. It's okay.
The game says it's paused.
Oh, yeah, it is. There, not anymore. You got to remind me.
For some reason, it's not letting me click on Sheppy. I can't
You can't see him.
click on him.
What's
You know
going on
why?
with this crazy map?
It's got Althea selected.
Huh.
Well, what do you want to do? I can move you.
All right, I'm going to cast Flaming Sphere.
All right.
I can't open my character sheet because it's not going to let me cast it because I linked this Burning Hands. I need to give myself a spell slot back.
Okay. And you can't
So I
open
can-
your sheet?
No.
All right, let me open your sheet. Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. I have another way to do it. Hold on. I think I can do it. I got it.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to cast Flaming Sphere on the wounded guy.
Okay, the one right in front of you. No problem. He's going to make a DC.
DC 20 reflex.
Yes. To avoid being hit by this suddenly appearing flaming ball, he fails. Roll your damage.
$15.
15 will do it. These fires catch. He tries to avoid it, but it can't. It's too confused. If it could hold its ears right now, it would do so. But it doesn't have any ears. You get the gist. But
Sheppy says, smells good.
describe how it just explodes into flame.
Sheppy raises the ball from the floor right underneath the Scalathrax, and it slowly starts to cook the meat inside its shell. You can see it steaming. It starts to turn red because it's being cooked as it collapses to the floor, steaming with a quite pleasant smell of cooked lobster.
Yeah, that's what I'm picturing. Steamed. All right, and it just falls on its stomach.
Yep.
Legs crumpled underneath it, and it's just steaming, and the flames begin to die, and you can see the steam and smoke coming off it where it died. Okay, so...
And for my last action,
Well, that was
I
2
will-
actions, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so... All right, so you got one more. You have a space to move through now, by the way. If you wanted to enter the Chamber of Death even further, you can do so.
I don't think I want to get away from Althea's. I'm going to stay there.
Okay, you stay there. You have one more action. Quickly.
I guess I'll recall knowledge to see if I don't know.
Well, you can recall knowledge to maybe learn something about a weakness or something about it.
Is it? I want to find out if it does have a weakness towards my flame spells.
Occultism.
Public or blind?
Blind. Never mind. Let me see what the DC is. Okay. You're not sure about the fire, although it seems kind of obvious based from the effects happening in front of you, but you recall that these creatures, they're quite resistant to poisons, as you would imagine. Venomous creatures they are. So you do garner that.
Okay. I'm done.
You are. Farley Tell.
Well, we've got one down. Now it's whether or not Farley's decided to cast Shattering Gem on Marshall. So that way, he won't go down again. But I guess Marshall does get to go before the enemy. Or stick to producing flame. This way they can stay back and they won't have to use their reach spell to cast Shattering Gem. Yeah, we'll just do that.
Shattering Gem?
Produce Flame.
Okay. $20. It's a miss.
Alright, I'm going to hero point that.
You do.
Of course it's worse. Alright, 13.
All right. Regardless of which one, it whips past its head and hits the wall in the back beyond. There's 2 actions. He has shield.
Yeah, I would have him take a potion out and drink it because his health is like dangerously low. But I don't want to use Patrick's healing potions. Especially since we just picked up a new one.
He does have lots of pockets. They're easily reachable, and I'll give it 1 action instead of 2. 1 to retrieve and 1 to drink. I'll do it. I'll let him have it in 1 if you want to use that option.
I think he's fine
Okay.
for now. He's far enough. Hopefully,
Shield.
it's. Hopefully, it is far enough. But yes, shield it is. And that's the end of their turn.
See, Rachel's an experienced spellcaster. She knows how it works. She knows how to do this. She knows how to conserve. Not you guys. Marshall.
I'm gonna smack it.
Finally. Here it comes.
26.
26 is going to be a hit. It's not critical. You lay into this beast
With 4 slashing.
with your little tiny hatchet.
Hey, I wanted to pick a fight with Volloks and get my weapons back. They wanted to come up here and pick a fight with these things.
Awesome. All right. That's your first attack.
I'm gonna headbutt it.
Okay.
I'm not gonna headbutt it.
Nope.
Alright.
One more.
Put on the old Dread Marshal stance, see if we can get that done.
Okay, extra dice. Does that apply just to melee and missile weapons?
Yep.
Weapons, right?
Non-magical.
Weapons. Okay. And your shield is no longer raised. Oh, intimidation. Okay, you can intimidate these creatures. Wait a minute, back up here. Okay, so using the action allows you the intimidation check. Okay. All right.
Yes.
Yes, and you can do that with these creatures using your special feat, where you don't need to speak to the creature, so there's no penalty. And you made your intimidation check. And let me look at the DC here. It's a pretty good roll. Pretty good roll. And it is just enough. Which results in frightened 1, I believe.
If it's a critical, yes.
Frightened 1 is success. Frightened 2 would be critical. So it's frightened 1. You did manage to shake it in its slats.
So that everybody that hits this thing with a melee weapon gets another damage die. Don't forget that.
And it's frightened 1. Very good.
Kind of pulls back a little bit.
It's doing a dance back and forth. Okay. Next round.
That is the end of my turn.
Round 3. Skeletrax. Let me remove this one from the tracker. It's been gradually pulling back, and it's going to be visualized at this point as it does so. Falls back here 15 feet. This is still one action. I'm just looking at the map.
I will take that attack of opportunity.
That's right, you can do that. Go ahead and do that now.
15. I don't think that's going to work.
Nope. 15 feet. Ten more feet up the wall. As it's now climbing. So, and that's where it will end. Well, actually, that's its first action. All right, its second action will be to stride again. At this point, it'll be on the ceiling, 12 feet above. So, where do I want it to move now? On the ceiling. And possibly out of sight. So what it did is it backed away, Marshall swinging as hard as he can to try and catch it, but it just evades him. And from your light, you can see that it begins to go up the wall. The ceilings are about they're about 12 feet up in here in this natural cave. And it begins to move along the ceiling out of sight further to the east. You see it disappear along the ceiling and out of sight.
Sheppy does have dark vision. Can I still see it?
Well, whatever your token can see, if you can see him, you can see him.
What the do that for?
I don't know.
Oh, I can see him.
Okay, then you
but
can see him.
it's just, yeah. Oh.
Well, you have low light vision, right?
I do.
Marshall has a 30-foot radius, 30-foot light source, so it's probably within 30 feet then. And you'd be able to see it, even if you're standing in the dark.
I think it just got out of my vision sight because I'm in the wall.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's right there.
Yeah, I can't see her on the wall, that's why.
What's the range of it? Light spell? 40?
It's the same exact thing as a torch. So it's 20 bright, 20 dim. And I'm a gnome, so or low light is anything that's dim is bright.
Well, if you can see him, you can see him. Unless my map is wrong and giving away things. I don't think it is. But yeah, he's done. Althea, you're up.
Oh boy, are we in pursuit?
Kill it.
It's just barely injured.
I call for the disengagement. Let's back out the way we came.
My flaming spear is still up. I could move it into its square and kill it.
All right, let's move in.
We'll have to look that up, Jesse, to see if it can go up walls and be on ceilings. I don't know.
Does it follow gravity?
I don't know.
Once again,
It is magical. I imagine you can control it. It just says flat surface, which, yeah, up a wall.
Does it stay aflame if it rolls into like a pool of water underwater? As long as it's on the bottom of the lake or the pool.
well, that's not a solid floor. Probably not.
Well, yes, it is. It's not on top of the water. It's on the ground.
Yeah.
I
So
don't.
it's in the water.
Something to look up
Magic.
later.
Magic fire.
Yeah. It's magic.
All right, so I advance just a little bit,
Oh, boy.
and
Wow. Living on the edge, Althea.
I'm going to use my hero point.
It'll do you no good. You know that.
I got a 28.
28.
Yeah.
You can see him, right? Let me look and see.
I can see him. Yeah, I see his legs and like his top back part.
All right, so not clearly. But you still manage to hit, regardless of how much of him you can see. You do hit him with the flame. Roll your damage.
And it is 8 good damage.
All right.
When does Frighten go away?
Can last a round.
Yeah, by the end of your round, he'll reduce it by 1.
Oh, okay, by the end of the round, not like by the end of their round.
Your round. The
Alright.
frightened one. Oh, it's frightened, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, yeah, that should be reduced. That's gone.
But that is the end of my turn. I advanced and cast Divine Lance.
Yeah, you hit the damage. You're good. Next, we're going to go to Sheppy. Althea's moving forward without caution. Well, Marshall's standing there. Retreat! We must fall back! In waltzes
All right.
Althea.
He's bleeding from like the nose, eyes, ears.
Yeah, he's
Fall
panting,
back.
breathing heavy, holding his knees.
He's got his shield.
It's not a good scene. Just doing his
Okay,
job.
I'm gonna roll my flaming sphere into his square.
As long as you can see him.
Can you move me? I can't click him.
All right, you can take a move action to stay here.
Get me out of there. There we go. All right, now I will move it.
Okay.
So
go
that's
ahead.
2 actions.
So it's going to be whatever the range is to his square plus 10 feet up. Because he's on the ceiling.
So, whoop, wrong square.
So if you need to move closer, go ahead before you cast it. Well, you're using sustain, I should say. Don't move through Althea's square. It'll stop there and attack her. You got to move around it.
What's the range on it?
Well, just let me do this and measure it for you. I'll save you the time. The closest possible. Where is it? In this square with the dead one?
Yeah.
Okay, let me try there.
You know
Okay.
what?
What, Jesse?
I'm gonna use my my meta magic reach to give it an extra 30-foot range. So it's gonna move. It can move 60 feet.
So you're using
One action to move.
one action to
Another
sustain.
action. No, I had to move,
Well, okay,
so
yeah.
I moved.
After that, though, it's one. The first thing you have
One.
to do is sustain.
All right, I'll sustain it.
Right. Then you would move.
No, when I sustain it, I move it.
All right. Back to the rule book we go.
Okay.
Seriously. Let me do this for you real simple. Instead of
Basically,
just-
what I want to do is.
I know what you want to
increase the
do. You
range.
want to move into the room as far as possible. Cast that sustain. Well, no, you don't want to do that because the sustain is over here in this square. Yeah, this is confusing. Let me see. 5, 10. I think that's 15 feet. We'll count it 15 feet there. It bypasses Althea. And then it's got to come up here. I'll give that 10 feet. And then here is going to be another 10 feet plus 10 feet. So 20 feet, 30 feet, 40, 45 feet. It would have to move to get up the ceiling and all the way up there.
Yep.
And bypass Althea. Because if it goes in there, it's going to hit her.
I can do it with a reach.
It's
Not a
45,
magic.
45 feet it has to move.
It has 60 feet.
All right, so I'll just
Can
make
it
it.
just fly over my head?
It could.
Yeah, that's
go
what I
up
was
on the
thinking. It could
ceiling.
just roll on the ceiling.
It's still going to be 45 feet.
Okay. But that's all my actions to do it. Let me put it in the chat.
My only concern is the timing of the sustain. But I'll look that up after the game. I'm going to make his save. I'll take it out of your experience points if you're wrong. All right. So roll your damage.
– 18
Is this a basic save?
fire.
Oh, no, it's not. Each creature must attempt... Yes, it is a basic save. On subsequent rounds, the first time you sustain the spell, you can leave the sphere in its square or roll it another square within range. Deals 3d6 fire damage, basic reflex save, to each creature in that square. Alright, it's just a basic reflex save. Okay. And you got 18. Wow.
Yeah, fire damage.
Wow. I remember the good old days where it was just a little d6 or something. So... No, wait a minute. All right. So it did quite a bit of damage to it. You could see the flames come out of the tunnel that it's hiding in. That you could just barely see it in there, but you did hit him. And you hear the screeches from it of pain. All right, you're done?
Yep.
Farley's up.
So Farley can't see it at all, so he definitely has to join the party. They advance. Oh, okay. I clicked it again, and I'm like, wait, no, I didn't want that. He actually goes there. They can do 30 feet. And he will cast, or they will cast, produce flame, keep things consistent. 24 in total.
Wow.
And just in case that hits, I rolled damage too.
Yeah, that hits.
Alright, so that's 7 points of fire damage.
You can just see it as he kneels down and casts this fire up in that direction. He can see it kind of lose its connection with the ceiling briefly, and it's struggling, but the fire and the flames just burst with every time it's hit by these flames, by this fire. It's taken a lot of damage from what you can tell. Farley's done, I believe.
Yep. Yep,
Okay.
they are.
Marshall?
I'm gonna do the same thing I did before. I'm gonna stow the hand axe. And since I can see it from here, I'm gonna pull out the old sling and give her to what's a little snackerdoodle.
Oh, the snackerdoodle maneuver.
Yep, so I'm gonna free action drop the hatchet. 1 action draw the sling. I'll move up a little bit. And I'll start bringing the pain on that little feller. $30.
I got Farley.
Ooh. A
That's
20.
All right. That's critical hit.
So you get an extra damage dice, and it's double damage. Oh,
Yep,
that's
double
gonna hurt.
damage and a critical die.
Ooh.
Goes to the marshal's aura. The
So-
Dread Marshal stance. So
Roll
that's critical hit and then another d6.
No. You're going to roll all the damage, and then you're going to double it. So roll your normal damage with the extra die. That will be doubled.
We won't fight you on that.
Nope, you won't.
No way.
Everything is doubled.
Alright.
The only thing that isn't doubled is things that are critical damage themselves.
So that would be 8 bludgeoning
Times 2.
times 2.
16. 16 bludgeoning damage. It's just barely clinging. This with a sling. Wow. Slaying the giant. Good
You got
shot.
one more.
Well, no, I pulled and then I moved up and then I slung it. So no, I don't have one more.
That was a perfect sound effect, Jesse. I liked it. Just like it. All right, good shot. Well done, Marshall. We're going to go to round 4. It's barely clinging to life at this stage.
You got this, Althea. Next turn.
It slowly comes out to expose itself along the roof.
And there, I would like every... Well, let's do it this way. Boy, you are not a lucky man, Kyle. Not tonight. Out of all the possible targets of this next brutal attack, it's you. You are the target.
Let me have it.
If I can get him out of this little chamber, he won't come out.
He must
Scared
still
of me,
be
that's what it
frightened.
is.
Yeah.
I'm on the measuring tool. My bad. He comes out for an action, scuttling along the roof slowly but surely. And he unleashes the spines of woe once again as he throws his claws forward in your direction. Farley manages to keep out of the way. You are totally exposed. Well, no, you're not. You have cover. Barely. Farley is tall. He's going to make a quill attack against Marshall. And it's a 26.
Armor class 20.
Nine points of piercing damage. And
That all you got?
with its final action, it scuttles up the corridor.
Still see you.
That's as far as it got. Yep.
Um, from this position, let's see.
Getting tactical tonight.
I'll take 10 feet forward and cast Divine Lance. Again.
As you step forward, the ground begins to give beneath your feet. Slowly, your foot sinks a little bit deeper than you would expect it, up to your ankles. But then it stops. You're okay. 24 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be a hit. It's going to be normal. Divine spell attack.
8 damage.
8 damage. Good versus evil. And it takes some damage. Wait, was that right? Yeah, that was right. Yep. Still there.
It's the end of my turn, and as Althea is wrapping up her spell, she just quickly shouts, "Watch your step!"
Chevy, you're up.
And I'm going to move the ball.
And as you step forward, especially past Althea, the ground does sink. And you also, as you take your next step, pulling yourself out of this sludge, this area near here. It seems to be much firmer ground, but as you do, you kick something. It's like a skull. You see the creature. Do you attack?
I'm moving the ball.
Oh, using the sustain spell.
Was right here.
Okay. Here's the thing. I think with sustain, to sustain, it has to be the first action you take. I could be wrong, but I think it's the first action you take. Has to be to sustain. And then after that, you do what you want. But again, we'll look at that afterwards. But go ahead. Roll it in there along the ceiling, above your head. It's going to hit. It's got to make a save. Roll your damage.
One second. Gotta put it in the chat again.
Yeah. I could be wrong. It's under spell casting. There's a action called sustain. It might even say in the thing here. I don't know.
Getting good rolls on the damage with the flaming sphere tonight.
Yeah, you are. However, it succeeded, so half damage. I don't remember this being so effective.
I'm higher level now from the last time I casted it.
Could be. I remember the saves were a heck of a lot easier. Of course,
Higher DC now.
maybe this is just a clumsy creature. Roll your damage.
15.
Okay.
Fire.
It's barely... Oh no, I'm wrong. Describe how you finish this creature as it plummets inside the cavern to the ground.
This ball rolls across the ceiling at a very fast pace. It hits its last claw that it was holding to the ceiling and knocks it off. And it lands on the ground with a crash as its legs just fall apart and fall to pieces.
Yeah, this big, vicious, spider-like, crab-like creature that's covered in oily sheen just is ignited
Repeatedly by you, but in particularly this one attack. Finished it off. It singed, it smoked, and it falls to the ground. And you can see as it writhes in pain there, Sheppy, you see it shaking and its arms begin to close over its body while it lies on its back. This ichor is starting to come out of its torso where it impacted the ground. It is motionless at this stage. And silence once again returns. And this is where we'll call the session. I would give everybody a hero point, but it's pointless. That was a well-fought tactical battle. The only issue I had is that stupid flaming sphere, which we got to look up regarding sustain. But regardless,
all I got to say is a creature that is vulnerable to fire versus Sheppy.
Yeah. It's funny, but one of the things that you got from that venom, and you got this, Sheppy, you would have weakness to fire. So whatever the weakness value was, you would have a weakness to fire. So even though you're casting it, if you were attacked by fire, you'd have a weakness value to fire attacks equal to the condition value, which
that would be a good role-playing thing.
Yeah. So every time you throw that flaming sphere, you get burned when you get it back.
Ouch.
Wow, one of those. Yeah, that was really good. Folks, we're going to end our session here and prepare for the next session of Kyle's campaign next week. We'll do our outros. Good fun. This got better and better as we got, especially in the second half because they didn't have those technical issues. But isn't that always the case? Always a better game without technical issues. But I had fun. Rachel, what do you think? And give us your outro. Let's do the outros.
It was a great session. Thank you for hosting. I'm actually going to get off really quick because it was way later than I thought. And I have to get up tomorrow and take care of a puppy.
Okay.
And then go to work. So have a great night, everybody. And I will talk to you all next week.
Thanks, Rachel. Take care.
Night.
Good night.
See you.
Toulouse.
Oh, I'm gone. What happened?
I don't know. Kyle?
You can still hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you. In the meantime, Kyle, what do you think?
I think the session was good. I kind of walked into this session sort of expecting Volloks standing right there at the doorway, and kind of expecting things to go a lot more south than they possibly should have. But another fantastic session. I will have Volloks head on a spike in 3 weeks, one way or another. And we will see you guys on the next one. Y'all be safe, have fun, stay dirty, and when in doubt, call Sheppy if you got any fire-weakened monsters.
Light up
Call
the
the
barbecue.
Exterminator Goblin. He'll
right.
get it done for a low, low price of dead fish.
That's right. Bones included. What do you think, Jesse? Thanks, Kyle.
Yes, once again, it was very fun. I had a great time. And Sheppy shined tonight with his fire flaming sphere, even though we did maybe have some trouble with it. But
It's okay.
Sheppy's got some fried seafood to eat tonight, and he's happy. And as always, to arms, my friends, and we'll see you on the flip side.
Flippity-doo. All right, folks, it was enjoyable. I had a good time. And we'll look at that flaming sphere and sustain. It's been a while for us. We have to go back and reread that, make sure we're doing it right. But in the heat of the game, it really doesn't matter. It was heroic, whatever. And it was all good. So I enjoyed that too. So till next time, folks, you guys hang in there. It's only going to get better. Till next time, folks, toodaloos.